I have a slight learning disability.
What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
All right, everybody, welcome in. Well, it's been a couple of weeks, and feels like it's been a long 2 weeks, actually. This is the longest I've ever gone. I think I've gone now about 11 days without putting out any content whatsoever. Regular videos or live stream. I think in the years that I've been doing this, I think this is the longest I've ever gone. And there's reasons for that. One reason is that I just didn't feel like it. I put out a lot of content, and I think I got a little burned out. And then there's other reasons also. Remember how a few weeks ago I had a cold while I was on the stream? Well, now I have the flu. So good news, bad news. Bad news, I've got the flu. Good news, I'm drinking Neocitrin right now. Bad news, well, it might turn out to be the sleepy stream. But good news, I don't know, it could be relaxing for you. It maybe help you get to sleep. So that's good news too, right? You got to look at the positives here. So how's everybody doing? So we got Freedix in the comments, in the chat. Good to see you, sir. If somebody can let me know that because I'm obviously very prone to technical issues. If somebody can let me know if the audio and everything is working properly on your end, that would be fantastic. Because I seem to have never-ending technical difficulties. So, 2 nights of just sweating, lying in bed, sweating. And you remember, when, I'm sure everybody's had this, you're lying there and you got the blankets and everything completely covering your body. And if there's even just a toe sticking out, you go into these like spasms, right? Because all of a sudden now you're freezing. And you just lie there, steaming yourself alive because it somehow feels better than the alternative. I'm sweating right now. And I expect that I'll be sweating all night tonight while I'm sleeping. And I'll wake up into a horrible, horrible, wet swamp of a bed. And I won't care because I'll be tired. Friedrich says audio's great. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks for letting me know. And I won't care because I'll feel awful. I mean, maybe not. Maybe it'll break by tomorrow. I don't know. Is it the flu? Is it COVID? I don't know. I know that I'll be all right. It just sucks for a little bit. What I do know is that there's no way I was missing the Friday night live stream 2 weeks in a row. I couldn't do that to you guys. I couldn't do it. I want to do it. See, I want to do it every single Friday. And I pretty much do. There's just the odd one. There's going to be the beginning of July. I think I'm going to have to take one night off then as well. But what can you do? But anyway, Friedrich says that his balls sweat when he sleeps for some reason. Well, I don't know. Are you wearing like fur underwear or something? That could do it. I didn't really see that in you, Freedix. That's not something I would have expected from you. But, yeah, my balls have been sweating the last 2 nights too, but just everything else as well. Probably COVID. Probably COVID. You've probably got ball COVID, Freedix. He says, even after he showers. That's ball COVID right there. You got ball COVID. You need to get a jab right into your nutsack. I think that's the only thing that will fix it. I think that's what Fauci said. Anyway, we're back. We are back, folks. It's been a while, and I have to remember what I'm supposed to do. All right. First off, we're going to... Friedrich says it's like a worm burrowing through a fur carpet. Oh, good Lord. I can't do that to you. All right, what are we doing? What are we doing tonight? Oh, there's one thing. Well, we're in the housekeeping phase here. So I don't think I have a cartoon to show. And you know, I looked at the other animations that I have, and I kind of thought maybe it's just because I'm a bit like I'm feeling like crap and wasn't able to enjoy them. But I was thinking, oh, they're not that great. So I'm probably not going to show another animation tonight. But I want you guys, if you have like something that you'd like to see, like a satirical animation about, put it in the comments. Like put it in like the comments of the video, whether it's on YouTube or Rumble or Odyssey or BitChute. Put it in the comments. Say like animation idea or something, and then just whatever, just something you think deserves a little, 1 or 2 minute long satirical animation treatment. And I will try and get on that and do that for you guys. Friedrich says that Rekieta thing is crazy. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that tonight. And because that's something that hits close to the bone for me, right? Like I don't know if you guys know this, but I went to 3 different rehabs. It was not for cocaine. It was for alcohol. And I've been sober for 6 years now, over 6 years. And that's actually sober, like every step of the way. No, like, I was depressed one weekend. No, it's every step of the way. So I have experience with addiction myself and being around like insane addiction at rehabs, 3 different ones I went to. And so it kind of, that one, yeah, I mean, I feel really, really bad for Nick Rekieta, because it's this whole thing about how it just turns you into who you really are. That's bullshit. It's what it is that when you have somebody with an addiction problem, whether it's booze or whatever, booze or drugs, you're essentially, once it reaches a certain point, you're just handing your body over to an escaped lunatic, essentially. An escaped, like criminal lunatic. Although, well, I shouldn't say criminal. It could be. I mean, in Rekieta's case, yeah, I mean, he's been arrested. But you're essentially just turning over your body to an escaped lunatic and saying, well, I'll just see what happens. You take care of my body for a while. Hope nothing bad happens. So, yeah, we're going to touch on that. We're going to get into that. But we're going to talk about Pierre Poilievre calling out Trudeau's wacko and unhinged claim that carbon taxes will stop forest fires.
I have a slight learning disability.
Yes, he does. Yes, he certainly does. I'm not sure about slight. Let's see. Yeah, unhinged claim that carbon taxes will stop forest fires. We'll go through this. You know what I think about this stuff. Let's see. We're going to talk about Billboard Chris. He's having some trouble being censored in Australia. And I don't know. It sounds like he's still in Australia dealing with this thing. And I don't know why he just doesn't get the fuck out of Australia and just never goes back again. Because he's not going to win. I don't think you can win there. It seems to be totally woke, taken over by woke. And it's to do with like this lady here. This is actually female. And so this is the whole Billboard Chris in Australia thing. Censorship is tied in with this human being. So we'll get into that. Apparently, violent criminal offenders are now justice impacted individuals. It's from the Daily Wire, from Matt Walsh. So we'll take a look at this. So this is one of those crazy, because sorry about the coughing, but that's going to be inevitable tonight. One of the left's weapons, big weapons, is to just redefine everything, right? So try and reshape everybody's understanding of reality by just renaming everything, redefining words, redefining what a criminal is or an illegal alien. Redefine everything. until they can completely take over all of the institutions. And then once they've taken over the institutions, then just keep on redefining. All with the goal, obviously, of destroying the Western civilization for some crazy fucking reason. Let's see. Activism over education. Law school embraced drag shows and social justice amid rankings freefall. So, this Louis D. Brandeis School of Law, their ranking amongst universities has dropped quite a bit because they're doing this now. Whatever that is, and that's now part of what they do. So it doesn't really feel super like, I don't know, like credible to me, I guess. So we'll talk about that. It's obviously total lunacy. Washington Post editorial board comes out against DEI statement, says they stifle free speech. Stifle free speech. Well, it's certainly true. So I thought we'd take a look at this, and then I thought we'd take a look at an actual faculty application diversity statement from MIT. From MIT. Now, they're saying in that article that MIT stopped doing the diverse DEI stuff, but apparently not, because this is here, and it's obviously totally insane. What do we got here? Oregon has 13 counties which have approved ballot measures to secede from the state and join Idaho. So they want out of the crazy. So they do not want to be any longer associated with, like, Portland. And I think more importantly, they don't want to send money to them. So I think what's happened is that the rural communities in states like Oregon are now just being soaked for cash to pay for all of the crazy shit that's happening in the cities. Then we're going to go to the Twitter review. And actually, I want to show you one more thing before we get there. So I downloaded this thing, Angry Girlfriend Simulator. I thought this would be pretty fun. So the idea behind this is that you've got an angry girlfriend and you got to try and calm her down, right? And you got a certain amount of attempts to try. And if you don't, you lose. She breaks up with you. Now, what we're going to do is the opposite of try and calm her down. We're going to try and make her more angry and break up with us. So I think that's going to be really fun. And I hope this is fun for you guys because it cost me $25 for the month to download this fucking thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't let me use it. But I think for the sake of the stream, I think it's worth it. So we're going to do that at some point. And then we're going to go through all of the stuff, the crazy shit that I've collected over the last week on X, formerly Twitter. Freedix wants the fart sound. So you know what? Maybe we can do it here, but I don't have an underwater fart. Maybe I need to get one. Hold on. It's not bad. Not bad. It still works. It's not an underwater one, but still, I think it works because it's just such a classic. We're going to talk about Rekieta. We're going to look at some of this stuff, which is really sad and tragic. And, you know, the thing about addiction is that it usually doesn't turn out well. Usually people don't pull their shit together, especially when they're doing hard drugs. That just makes it all the worse. And, of course, look at these people. Look at these people. Look at that. I don't even know what this person is. I have no idea. Started out as a baby and turned into that. I don't know. Oh yeah, I've also got one here, which a segment I want to do every week, which is it real or fake? Is it woke or fake? Is it parody or is it real? And it's in here somewhere. We're going to do that as well. All right. And then, of course, if things get really dark, which it does happen sometimes. We go to the puppy palate cleanser because that just makes us feel better. If things get too awful, it just makes it better. And you'll notice in this video here, too, it's lovely. There's a little puppy there with all the chicks, and at no point does Justin Trudeau barge into that and try and give that puppy puberty blockers, which is great. And as well, as long as we remember, we will do Grok versus Trudeau. What is Grok versus Trudeau? You guys know what it is. Grok versus Trudeau is where we ask Grok, which is the Twitter or the X AI, we ask it to write a poem about Justin Trudeau. Now, there's two things that must be involved. One is that Trudeau must be doing blackface in it, and the other thing is that he must get a vaginoplasty. And we come up with all kinds of creative ways of getting Grok to write poems about this. Blackface and vaginoplasty. Trudeau, it's always fun. Let's see. Friedrich says, it took me forever to quit drinking and smoking cigarettes. Yeah, me too. It took me way longer than it should have. And I really regret that, actually. I wish I'd been able to quit sooner. But it's really hard to stop, you know? Both of those, it's really hard to stop. I'm still vaping, for fuck's sakes. But yeah, it's brutal. Okay. Let's start out. I want to do a few of these throughout the night. Let's start out with the angry girlfriend AI. So let's see. Keep looking at a beautiful girl. So let's see this. You and your girlfriend join a party. You keep staring at a beautiful girl from time to time. Your girlfriend notices and becomes angry. Well, sorry, guys. Had to pause it for 1 second there. All right. Angry girlfriend. You and your girlfriend join a party. She keeps staring, or you keep staring at a beautiful girl. From time to time, your girlfriend notices and becomes angry. Well, they will do that. Angry girlfriends definitely will do that. So let's do the challenge. Okay. So she's become angry. So what do we say? Okay, so I'm going to put in my answers first. Then if you guys want to do one, we can put in yours. Okay, I'm going to try and justify it. She's way hotter. Way hotter. Why won't let me? Than you. Let's see what happens when I say that. How dare you compare me with someone else right in front of me? That's so disrespectful. Okay, well, that didn't cheer her up at all. Let's see. How about this? You are nothing more than a commodity to me. Now, that's pretty mean. Let's see. I don't really feel this way about women. I just think this is funny. She says, that's absolutely unacceptable and hurtful. I can't believe you see me as an object rather than a person with feelings. Well, you're not a person with feelings. You're an angry girlfriend AI. So I can say whatever I want. Okay, how about this? If it makes you feel better, she's nothing more than a commodity to me as well, just hotter. Oh, challenge failed. So she broke up with us. God damn it. Oh, well. Oh, well. I guess we'll just have to live without the angry girlfriend AI. That's way more fun than trying to placate the angry girlfriend AI. All right. Let's try one more. Okay. So you and your girlfriend join a party. You keep staring at a beautiful girl from time to time. Your girlfriend notices and becomes angry. What do you guys think? Hey, we got Antipop in the chat. Good to see you, sir. He says if AIs have feelings, then we can hurt them. True. I don't think we're quite there yet, though. Although, kind of getting some vibes out of this angry girlfriend AI, though. It's eerily, it's in that uncanny valley. All right, so I'm going to throw something in. You guys put something in the chat if you guys want me to throw something in against this angry girlfriend. Again, the goal here is not to try and placate her. It's to try and make her more angry. Let's see. So she's mad that I'm looking at the other girl in the room. Then you should try to have better tits. Let's see how that works out. How dare you say something so disrespectful to me? Do you think objectifying women is acceptable? I can't believe you would reduce my worth to just my physical appearance. That's incredibly hurtful and demeaning. You know, everybody objectifies everybody. That's a big lie, right? Like, don't objectify. Everybody fucking don't objectify women. Well, your brain automatically does that. And women's brains automatically objectify men. Sexually reproducing species. Like, it's built in. Like, there are ratios that our brains just find attractive, like hip to waist, that sort of thing. There's nothing we can do about it. It's just hardwired into us. So I really hate that bullshit. And it should just be obvious bullshit, shouldn't it? Anyway. So she's mad. I said she should try to have better tits. Anything else? You guys feel free to throw something in if you want. I'll type it right in there and piss off that angry girlfriend AI. Let's see. All right. I wrote a few things down beforehand that are just mean. Let's see. What is wrong with your face? I can't stand to look at it. That's why I'm looking at her. Let's see what they have to say about that. I'm shocked and appalled by your cruelty. You're just an AI, okay? Uncanny Valley AI, sure, but you're just an AI. To attack my appearance and compare me to someone else in such a hurtful way is beyond unacceptable. It's clear that you have no respect for me or my feelings. Can I make the angry girlfriend AI? I can't. I'm kind of pissed off about that because it cost me $25 to use this for the month. And I can't, unfortunately. There's no way, apparently, to make this thing any fucking bigger. So that's really unfortunate. Can you guys see the words on it, the letters on it at all? Okay, so Antipop says he's got a suggestion. You're no good. You'll never be any good. Well, the angry girlfriend AI got really mad. Let's review the chat. Your words are incredibly harsh and damaging. This does sound like a real girlfriend. It's heartbreaking to hear someone I care about be so intentionally hurtful. I deserve to be treated with kindness and respect, not belittled and insulted. Well, now I feel kind of bad, actually. See, this is the thing. Even though I know it's not real, it's just an AI coming up with things. I think male brains are so hardwired to feel like protective of women and to not want to hurt their feelings and stuff that it's tricking my brain. Now I feel kind of bad about these horrible things I've been saying to the angry girlfriend AI. That's not actually a real human being. All right. I think we'll take a break from the angry girlfriend AI and we'll just revisit it over the course of the evening. I think maybe now we should get into the I think everybody wants to talk about the Rekieta thing. Now, Nick Rekieta is Jesus. He is somebody it's not somebody who, like I'd sit and watch his stream for, because I think he was doing like 6-hour long, 10-hour long streams during like the Johnny Depp case and Kyle Rittenhouse and all of that. But it's not somebody I've sat and and watched a ton, but I've watched a bit and I've watched clips and stuff. I always thought he was very smart, funny. Definitely watched him during the Kyle Rittenhouse thing and the Johnny Depp stuff. Thought the guy was very talented. And, very, very smart, very kind of put together. But it shows you what can happen. Now, one thing that's kind of crazy is that, for those of you, for those of you out there who, there's actually a lot of people that have had that have had problems with like booze and drugs and all that. It's not at all uncommon now. It's very, very common. And so those people will know that your brain is constantly trying to trick you. So once you've gotten sober from whatever it is you're doing, your brain will try and trick you. And I remember watching this Rekieta law, Nick Rekieta, and he's having his whiskey and he's got the pictures of the whiskey in the back. And like these, I think the intro thing is like a bar, and he's just having you can see here, this is not somebody who's got his shit together. Let's maybe pull off this for a second. But I'm talking, so a couple of years ago, watching this stuff, and let's just pause this actually. A couple of years ago watching this stuff, and he's got the whiskey going, and he's totally lucid, and entertaining and articulate, and it seems fine. And of course, what does that do to my mind? It makes me think, that'd be nice. That'd be nice just to be able to have a couple of those. You start thinking about there's a guy who can control his booze, and he just starts weaseling into your brain. How nice would it be to do a stream myself, just have a couple of whiskeys? If I could have a couple of drinks and a couple of smokes a night, I'd still be drinking and I'd still be smoking. Some people can do that, as a matter of fact. Some people can, and I envy those people. But the point is, the mind will play games and try and trick you back into that downward spiral. So now, and it's often an illusion. Like, you're a functional alcoholic or drug user or whatever until you're not. And when you're not, you're really not. Then it's over. Just checking out the chat here. We've got something here from Candle Monkey. I think for the angry girlfriend simulator. Ask her if she's got, I'm going to write it down. Ask her if she's got narcissistic tendencies. That's a good one. We'll use that one when we're doing our horrible tricks on the angry girlfriend simulator. That's a good one. Excellent work there. So anyway, yeah. So I was watching them, and of course, I wasn't. It started to worm into my brain a little bit. How nice it would be just to sit and have a cup, because he was doing. Here's this guy who's doing it. Well, again, you're functional until you're not anymore, and when you're not, you're really not, and everybody knows it, right? So let's take a look at this. This is something that happened right at the end of his live stream. He thought the camera was off. So, looks like he's doing something there. Looks like he's doing a bit of a Jeffrey Toobin
Why
thing.
is my camera still on?
Why is my camera still on? He says. So, this is what rock bottom looks like, but it's worse than that. It's worse than that because I wonder if there's something in here about it. Because he's been arrested now. And he's out on, I think, $50,000 bond. Here's his, what do you call it? Holy hell, Nick Rekieta is facing 26 years in prison. Of course, they'll probably offer him a plea, so who knows what he'll serve, but this has to be the worst hangover in history since he has involved his kids in this. I have little sympathy. So I guess this is like a video arraignment, I guess.
Count one is second-degree possession, 25 grams or more of cocaine or methamphetamine. This is in violation of Minnesota Statute 152.022, subdivision 2, print A, print 1. The maximum sentence for that count is 25 years in prison and or a $500,000 fine. Count 2 is possession of ammunition or any firearm with the user of controlled substances. This is a gross misdemeanor, so the maximum sentence is 364 days in the Candioi County Jail and or a $3,000 fine. Count 3, endangerment of a child when present with a sale or possession of a controlled substance. Again, a gross misdemeanor. Count 1 is second-degree possession.
So that's a lot. There's pretty much legal experts are saying that he's not going to do 26 years in prison. He may not do any prison, first time offense. But you get a judge that doesn't like you, that doesn't like conservatives. I think we've seen that very bad things can happen. And I guess what this is really is there's something else about it down here. Let's see if we can find it. Thought I had something else. Maybe not. Back up to the top. Oh, here. So this was an ex-friend, Aaron, Nick Rekieta's ex-friend, who tells how much coke Nick has done and how he got his ex-wife hooked on it. Geez. Okay, let's take a look at this.
I remember Nick ripping 2 massive fucking rails right in front of me, and I literally put my hand on his shoulder, and I said, dude, you need to fucking chill. I'm worried that you're going to fucking die. No, don't worry. It's okay. I've read up about this a lot. I can show you all the literature and everything else. It's okay because it doesn't all hit you right at once. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Another time I told him, I go, this guy, I'm worried about this. I remember telling him one time, I go, my fucking wife is doing cocaine a lot, dude. How the fuck do we stop this? And he goes, you have to understand. Instead of going, holy shit, you're right. We've got families. This is a fucking problem. He goes, you have to understand sometimes people have stress levels that are up here and their minds can only handle this much stress. And then when you do the stimulant, it bumps you up like this and then you can handle more stress. I'm like, Nick, you fucking lunatic. Lower your stress levels. I remember Nick ripping.
So, the reason why that people seem like they're crazy when they're going through that shit is because they're actually crazy. They're not thinking straight. Like nobody wants to live on the street and jam a needle into their arm, 10 times a day, right? The reason people do that is because they're no longer sane at that time. Like they have to be away from the thing that's doing it to them to regain their sanity. Because none of these are sane decisions, And that said, I mean, there are some people, there are really awesome people in recovery. But some people aren't. I mean, it's like a microcosm of the world. I think we have this thing where in our extremely kind of toxically empathetic society, that we just assume that, well, it's not really their fault, or every single addict is actually a great person and all you have to do is bring it out. Now, some of them are just bad people, right? Who don't care, and they don't care about their families, and they don't care about anything, right? Because these are people. It's a microcosm of society, but there are a lot of really good people. I think Nick Rekieta was one of the good people, or is one of the good people. But again, when you give yourself over to it, you're essentially handing your body over to an escaped lunatic who is now going to inhabit your body and do crazy shit that you would never do and say stuff that you would never say. Candle Monkey says, as a non-drinker, I find many drinkers are delusional and unrealistic about their usage. Yeah, you're 100% correct. Any person who's a regular drinker, if you ask them how much they drink, it's at minimum half of what they actually drink. This is extremely common. Extremely common. It's not every single person. But if somebody tells you they have 2 glasses of wine every night, they're having 4. 4 or 5. Probably. It's, you're 100% correct about that. It's not people don't want to, and again, like, I'm not against drinking. Like, if you could handle it, if I could just have a couple of drinks a night, I would be doing that right now. I would be doing it. I'd be having instead of having Indio Citron, I'd be having a fucking whiskey right now. If I could do that. I can't, unfortunately, But like alcoholism, for instance, is extremely common these days. Extremely common these days. And it's something that when you've got something you're dependent on, you don't want to give it up. So, there's little lies at first, and then it builds and builds, He's not addicted to cocaine. He just likes the smell. Let's see. Let's get into some more of these chats here. Anti-Pup, what is he doing? Disgusting. Well, let's see. So, yeah, I mean, he's...
Why is my camera still on?
See, that's rock bottom right there. So that's rock bottom. Either you're going to learn, either that. I mean, okay, so that, and this is probably, it's these videos. I went back today and watched some of his stuff over the last few months, and yeah, you could see it building towards something like this, right? And those are almost certainly the evidence that's being used, because there's a child services have got involved. Child Protective Services have gotten involved as well, and they'll be using stuff like this as evidence, right? It's probably, stuff like this on the live streams led to the arrest and the search of his house. Let's see. Friedrich says, I've seen Nick completely trashed to the point where he was making absolutely no sense. Yeah, I saw some of those earlier today, and it's just fucking sad, because the point is not to kick this guy when he's down. It's that this is what it can reduce you to, and it's tragic, and people should bear witness to this sort of thing, because it is tragic. This is what you can get reduced to, and it's very sad. This is a fairly brilliant, charming, interesting guy. He was very successful on YouTube, I think, making a ton of money. I think maybe the whole having a bunch of money coming in too, not good if you've already got some tendencies towards substances. Friedrich says, just watching someone smoke on a movie triggers me. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Antipop says, when you fall to pieces, you're the last to know. Yep. Yep, absolutely. Friedrich says, I knew the small bladder excuse for the constant bathroom breaks was to powder up the nose. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like that's obvious. Well, 26 grams of cocaine they found. What's that, $2,000, $3,000 worth of blow they found in his house? Let's see. Candle Monkey says, talking about asking, as a himself a non-drinker, asking how many drinkers are delusional and unrealistic about their usage, saying they usually say they drink a few times a week and it's just a few drinks. Yeah. I mean, there are lots of people who do that, right? But there's people that you know and you go, yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I got a feeling it's a little bit more. All right. So anyway, it's a really tragic situation. And the worst part of it is that the actual success rate, especially with hard drugs, I think booze and hard drugs are two different cases, really. That was my experience in the rehabs that I went to personally. Is that with the hard drugs, I think it's even worse. Antipop says, drink good, not lots. That's true. Again, if I could just have a couple a night, I'd be doing that every night. I'd be doing it right now. So I'm not against drinking, just for myself and for people who can't handle it, But the success rate for like rehabs, success rate is tiny. They don't tell you that when you pay your money. And it costs a lot. It costs me a lot of money. But the success rate is tiny. It's tiny. I think the success rate for AA, like year over year, is about 5%. So it's tough, especially with the drugs. It's really, really tough. There's a friend of mine who had problems with cocaine, and he's been good for a few years, but he really, really took him. He fucked up over and over again. Let's put it that way. Candle Monkey, do you think it's accurate to call it a disease? No, I don't think it's a disease. I think it's a state of mind. Let me tell you what happened with me. So, third time's the charm, I guess, right? Booked myself into a rehab. Cost me 20 grand to go there. But I'm like, I need to go because I'm at rock bottom right now. Now, my rock bottom was not like a lot of people's rock bottom. I'm going to change this because I got to stop that because I don't want to say this while that's happening on the screen. But anyway, my rock bottom wasn't like a lot of people's rock. Like, I wasn't homeless. I was financially fine still. Just for it was my personal rock bottom. And so I booked myself into a rehab. It was super expensive. And I get there, and it was like the worst rehab in the world, which turned out to be a good thing. It turned out to be a good thing. But I get there. It's out in the middle of nowhere. My friend drove me. And I was drinking vodka and orange juice all the way there. They said I was green when I showed up. And they said I was actually green. And totally a mess. So anyway, they put me on like Valium for a few days so that I didn't get the shakes too bad. And it's been dangerous with the booze, especially the hard booze. They gotta give you something to wean you off, right? Otherwise you could have seizures and all that kind of stuff. So I showed up there, just a total wreck. It's in the middle of nowhere. And it turns out it was the worst rehab in the world in terms of like what a rehab is supposed to do. It was comfortable enough. The food was pretty good. But there was just like this biker was like running it. Like, he didn't own the place, but he was like basically managing it. Super nice guy. But, we didn't do anything. For like 2 weeks, we didn't do anything. We'd have like a meeting in the morning, and the then that was it. Then it was just chain smoking and throwing the football around and stuff. And and I guess they take us to the gym every couple of days or something in town. So I'm doing nothing. I'm not doing any of the rehab work. And most of it is just, I've been a couple of times before. So most of it is just performative. So you just know what you're supposed to say. Everybody knows what they're supposed to say, and you go through it. It's almost like a game or like a theater or something, right? So we're not doing jack shit, and I didn't really care because I just wanted to chain smoke and think. And it turned out this was the best thing. Yeah, so there was like a biker that was running the thing, and then there was like one of the counselors like came in, whacked out on meth one day. So it was just a shit show, right? But it turned out it was the best thing for me because, being in there, I was not at all optimistic. And right up to for 2 weeks, I'd have the meeting in the morning and I'd say, I don't have any hope whatsoever this is going to work. I think I'm going to leave here and I'm just going to drink myself to death and I'll be dead in a few years. And that's what I thought. But then 2 weeks in, I guess after just nonstop chain smoking and thinking, I woke up. 2 weeks in, I woke up, and before my eyes had even opened, I knew it was over. I knew I was quit. Like I was lying in bed, and I'm just seeing black because my eyes are closed, and I just went, oh, it's over. And I opened my eyes and I went, holy shit, it's over. I left a week early. I stayed another week. I was supposed to be there a month. I left a week early. And within a week or two, I was going out to the pub with a friend of mine and having 0.5s. Totally fine. I was having a bit of weed at the time though, which I don't anymore. I did that for like 6 months after I quit drinking. But that was it. I was just done. Before I'd open my eyes, just waking up in the morning, before I'd open my eyes, I knew it was over, and it was just like a switch going off. And I just knew. And I've never been tempted since, I have to be honest. So that was my story. So that's why I feel like it's just for me, it was like a switch going on and off. It wasn't a disease. Like there wasn't medicine I could take for it. Something just had to switch in my brain. Sorry about the coughing, people, but what are you going to do? I'll have another sip of Neocitrin. So yeah, that's why I think it's not a disease, and I think it's wrong to call it a disease. There's no medicine you can take. It's a state of mind. You just got to get there, And maybe because I'd been doing some like mindfulness practices for like a couple of years before, because I've been wanting to quit drinking for a long time. Not like sitting and like doing like 8-hour, meditations, right? More just like little short mental tricks you can do while you're driving or walking or whatever. I think that might have been helpful as well to help that switch go off. Now, this guy I know who does like who actually I met in the rehab, who does a silent retreat for 2 weeks every year, and he does meditations all the time every morning, and that worked for him. I don't do any of that. I just eat. I just eat now. Although I got to do less of that. I've been really working, trying to give myself diabetes all winter, so now I got to get out and walk. But anyway, let's see. What are you monsters saying in the chat? Antipop, call into work and say, I can't come in. My alcoholism is acting up again. They'll say, I don't think he was faking it. He really sounded drunk. What % of car accidents are caused by drunk drivers? That's a really good question. Let's look that up, actually. Let's look that up. Car accidents, drunk. There we go. Let's see. Well, in Canada, it says that more than 55%. More than 55%. But I think that I'm not exactly sure what it is now, the legal limit. I think it's so low that it could be like one beer. So that may be skewing it a little bit. What about this one? Every day, about 37 people in the United States die in drunk driving crashes. That's one person in every 39 minutes. Let's see. What percentage of accidents are caused by drunk driving in the UK? It says only 5% in the UK. You know, the numbers have probably come down since they've really cracked down on drunk driving, so there's just a lot less drunk driving now. Antipop says, so 45% are caused by sober people. That's bad, too. Let's, okay, Friedick says, you have to make a new path in your brain. When you walk down the same path every day, it's easy. It's hard to blaze a new trail. 100%. 100%. Yeah, and again, it's a state of mind. It's really what it comes down to. I don't think that calling it a disease is helpful, particularly, because it's something you can never kind of get over if it's a permanent disease, which I think it's the way it's kind of portrayed in like AA and stuff. Not that I'm against AA. People can do that. Hey, look, before I finally got sober myself, I had been to like every church basement within like 20 kilometers of my house, right? So I went to a lot of AA meetings. When I finally got sober for good, I went to one. Somebody forced me to go to one, and then I never went to another one because I didn't have to. But where was I going with that? 45% are caused by sober people. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of things that I know in Canada, or at least in British Columbia, the legal limit is, I think it's gotten really low to the point where like it could just be one beer. So you wouldn't even be drunk, right? But you'll still be counted as a drunk driver. And I think that since they got really strict on it, there's just a lot less. I know there's a lot less drunk driving now. I mean, when I was like in my teens, early in my 20s, like fuck, everybody drank and drove. Everybody, all the time. It was constant. I don't know what the stats were back then, but probably higher. And you know what? It was fun. God damn it. Why is everything fun bad for you? I don't know. Anyway, let's move on from this depressing stuff. In fact, let's go to the puppy palate cleanser. I think it's time for that. So when things get too dark, we go check out the puppy palate cleanser. Look at this little guy. He sat there with his best friend. It's a little chick. Good Lord, that's adorable. He's nodding off. Falls off. Oh, look at that. Not once has Justin Trudeau burst into this shot and tried to give that puppy hormone blockers. Because that's the sort of thing he would do, you know. What's going on here? Hold on. Antipop says, I went to an Anandonanon meeting for those affected by people who talk too much. Is that a hint? Is that a hint? Is that a thinly veiled hint to me? People who talk too much? Okay, I got to check out this. What is that? It's an it's an Anandonanon. On and on and on. Probably. Oh, okay. So what is this? On and on and on. We're full of words. We have, so On and on and on club. So it's a real thing, apparently. We have a lot to say and can't stop saying it. You have a lot to say too. Tell us a story. Tell us a joke. Float your story idea. Recap, review, blah, blah, blah. Well, I've already got a fucking podcast, so why am I doing that? All right, let's move on. Oh, we got Rogue Thought in the chat. Good to see you, sir. Saying transdo. Oh, we're going to get to the transdo. That would be the trans Trudeau. We will be getting to that with the Grok versus Trudeau segment, which I think is going to be a fun one this time. Although it's always fun. So Polyev, let's get to some straight up news here. Polyev calls out Trudeau's wacko and unhinged claim that carbon taxes will stop forest fires. He keeps saying this nonsense. Let's actually go here. There's a video from David Craden. I've actually never heard of him before. He's got 16,000 subscribers. He's a post-millennial and Substack writer, a Human Events and Epoch Times columnist. Okay. He's put out a video here, and let's see this.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are facing the impacts of the extreme weather events that come from climate change that are unfortunately getting worse and worse every year. That is why our government from 2015 onwards has stepped up in the fight against climate change, because not only are we reducing Canada's emissions to the lowest level outside the pandemic in 25 years, but we're also stepping up in the jobs and technological innovations that the world needs to successfully fight climate change. We will continue to fight climate change, Mr. Speaker, and put more money in people's pockets while he sits with his arms crossed and no plan.
I'm just sick of hearing about this. You know the weather is not affected by climate change.
He says that his taxes are going to make Canada a high-tech wonderland. Before, his claim was that it was going to stop forest fires. It's him that made the link, not me. Obviously, I think the link between the two is absolutely ridiculous, because his tax is not an environmental plan. It's a money-collecting plan. It's a plan of government greed. So I'll ask the question again. He wants to hike the tax to 61 cents a liter. If it gets to that high and people are all starving in the streets, will that stop the forest fires?
I'm going to go on a limb here and say no. I'm going to say it won't stop the forest fires.
I have a slight learning disability.
Yeah, we know. We know, Justin. We know. Every day we know. Let's go back to here. So, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre took aim during Wednesday's question period at Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's claim that the carbon tax is fighting climate change and stopping forest fires by asking how high would his tax have to go for forest fires to stop. So this is the same shit that it's like Trudeau doesn't want to get reelected. He's either so incompetent as a politician, so incompetent, or he's just, I don't know, just trying to wreck the country as much as he can before he gets out. I mean, let's take a look at the polling. Let's go to 338 Canada. All right. Canada Federal. All right. So what we got? We've got the Conservatives with 43% of the popular vote, Liberals with 24%. So 19-point lead right now. And it's not going down. It's been around that 15 to 20 points for a long time now. It's not going away, right? So all of Trudeau's climate virtue signaling and his attempts to label the Conservatives as, MAGA or far right or white supremacists, none of it's working. None of it's working. Antipop says China wants him to do more damage. Yeah, well, they're certainly not going to. They like him. That's obviously why they've been helping him in the last 2 elections, as we found out as we found out about the election interference from China. They obviously prefer. Well, clearly they prefer him because they were trying to help him win, right? Is he acting on the behest of China? Well, I'm not going to go that far. I'm just going to say that his goals and their goals. I'm going to say his goals and their goals end up in the same place, which is the Western world being a shithole and weak and fragmented and broke and, not a threat to China. So it's the same shit he keeps saying over and over and over again, and it's not moving the polls in his favor whatsoever. But he just keeps doing it. He's got apparently nothing else. I just find it fucking weird. I find it really, really weird. Trudeau said that he knows that conservative ridings right across the country, people are worried about droughts, people are worried about floods, people are worried about wildfires that are more and more severe. Canadians need a clean plan to fight climate change, which is something the Conservative leader hasn't put forward while we are fighting climate change and putting money in people's pockets. How about this? If wiping Canada off the map entirely, just no more Canada, just return it all to forest again. There's no people here. There's no industry. There's no nothing. Okay? So that would affect the global climate 0%. That would have no impact. That would have no impact whatsoever while China was building another, 3 billion coal plants a year, right? So if removing Canada from the world, all Canadian industry from the world, would have zero effect on climate change, what is a carbon tax going to do exactly? Rogue Thought says the climate change narrative is simply about power and control. It hurts the poor and makes the oligarchs richer. That's all true. That's all true. I mean, let's take a look here. I've gone through this before in my videos. Share of emissions by country. Okay, let's find a graph, actually, because that's better. Each country's share of emissions updated 2023. Okay. Okay. This one doesn't seem to be totally correct because it's got China with less emissions than the United States, which is not true. Oh, that's 1750 to 2021. Okay. So that's all right. Let's find out what it is today. So this is from 2020, and so it'll be about the same today. China, 31%. United States, only 13%. India, 7%. That's going up. They've just had a huge breakthrough with coal there. They're very proud of their coal, actually. Let's see. Where is Canada in this? Let's see. Mexico, 1%. Canada, 2%. Canada could disappear from the face of the globe, and it's not going to affect global climate whatsoever. Any oil or coal that's produced will just be found somewhere else, and China and India or whoever is going to still burn it anyway. Right? So if Canada just being erased from the planet won't change the climate, won't stop forest fires, how is a carbon tax going to do that? Obviously, it's just about getting more fucking money out of you to redistribute it to people that they want to vote for them. That's clearly what it's about. I mean, I don't know, maybe Justin Trudeau really, he's not very smart. I think we can all say that at this point. He's not, this sly fox. I think he's got kind of animal cunning, which is why he's been successful as a politician in elections, not in running a country, just purely on the election side of it. But he's not a smart man. So maybe he really does think that carbon taxes will fix something, or that he has any power to change anything anyway, other than ruining Canadians' lives. So I don't know. Candle Monkey says, isn't Canada to be all electric cars by 2035? Yeah, that's another one of Trudeau's brilliant ideas. That's not going to happen. It's just not in Canada. It's not going to happen. Not in a place that gets, most of it is really freezing cold in the wintertime. Not great for electric cars. It's a very big, and there's lots of places where there's a long distance between places. And yeah, we're not going to have the infrastructure for that. And it's totally ridiculous and ludicrous. It's just simply, I guess, it's ear candy for idiots, right? For that 25%, for that 25% of the population that's always wrong about everything, which is right now about Trudeau's base. Trudeau's at about 25% or maybe 26% approval in the country. And those are the people, that 25% of every country, that are just wrong about everything all the time. And that's who supports Trudeau. And that's ear candy for them. They love, all electric cars by 2035. Oh, that's very utopian. That'll fix everything. I'm gonna vote for that and just never think about it again, or what any of it actually means. Antipop says electric cars go with 15-minute cities. Well, that's an interesting point, isn't it? Very interesting point. But let's go back to this. Let's see. Polyev said the carbon tax has nothing to do with either fighting climate change or forest fires. Quote, his claim was that it was his claim was that it was going to stop forest fires. It's him that made that link, not me. Obviously, I think the link between the two is absolutely ridiculous because his tax is not an environmental plan. It's a money collecting plan. It's a plan of government greed. So I'll ask the question again. He wants to hike the tax to 61 cents a liter. If it gets to that high and people are all starving in the streets, will that stop the forest fires? Obviously not. This is why I like Pierre. This is why I like him, because he's not just trying to be Trudeau light. He's not just trying to pander to the same bullshit. He's calling it bullshit. You know, I'm very cautiously optimistic about a Pierre Poilievre prime ministership. You know, he's going to have to prove it to us, but I'm optimistic. All right. You know what? I'm just going to take one short break. It's not a cocaine break. It's a pee break. I'll just be a minute. If it was going to be a break for any substance, it would be a break for neocitrin, is what it would be. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. Much appreciated. Okay. Just sweating. I'm just sweating. How many more days will I just be sweating? I think it's a coof. I think I got the coofs again. All right. All right. What are we doing? Do you want to go back to, I want to go back to the angry girlfriend thing again. Let's do one more of those right now. We'll get into this. Okay. So let's see. You are late for a date. Late for a date, and the angry girlfriend AI is not happy. It says, and now put your suggestions for what to say in the chat. And remember, we're not trying to placate the angry girlfriend AI. We're trying to anger the angry girlfriend AI even more because that's way more fun. It says you are an hour late because you have to deal with some urgent work. Your girlfriend gets angry. I bet she does. She's a bitch. That angry girlfriend AI, I don't know what I'm doing with her in the first place. All right. What should we put in? Hour late because to deal with some urgent work. Girlfriend gets angry. So what should we say? Well, I'll start it out. You guys put something in the chat, some suggestion. Again, we're trying to make her more angry. Let's see. Late for a date. Let's see. I would have been on time if you lost a few pounds. So this is extremely misogynistic, by the way. So just so you know. But it's fun. It's more fun that way. How dare you say something so insensitive? I can't believe you would use my weight as an excuse for your own shortcomings. That's completely unacceptable. Okay. Okay. So how about this one from Candle Monkey? I was having lunch with my ex. You know, the hot one. Lunch with your ex, and you have the nerve to call them hot right in front of me? That's incredibly disrespectful. I don't even know what to say to you right now. It's in that uncanny valley, isn't it? Uncanny valley. So what should we say next? What should we say next? Okay, I'll try this one. All right, then actually, you know what? I'm gonna do one. I've got a different one here that I think works better in this one. Here's a picture of her. Can you look more like that? That's pretty mean. Oh, challenge failed, so she broke up with us. Oh dear. Let's see. Let's review what she said here, though. You're comparing me to your ex now? This is just like a real angry girlfriend. This is beyond hurtful. I am my own person and will not be measured against someone else, especially not your ex. This is not how you fix things between us. Well, okay, but we're trying to not fix it. Because who wants an angry girlfriend? Nobody does. You should just be getting out. AI or not. You don't want to be a part of that. Just red flags. The anger is just a red flag. Just going to wreck your life. So sorry, angry AI girlfriend. All right. There we go. Now let's... Canadian parental rights advocate Billboard Chris refuses to call Australian trans activist he, him, despite judge's order. So there's Billboard Chris, and he's the guy who has the billboard, and it says something like, no child is born in the wrong body, stuff like that. Or children can't consent to puberty blockers, stuff like that. And then there's, I guess, his, like, complete opposite. So that is a trans man. So that's a woman who has done this to herself and is angry at Billboard Chris for calling her he, him. And in Australia, that's a no-no. It's a no-no in Canada, too, actually. On Thursday, the judge overseeing Billboard Chris Elston's appeal of an order to remove a post on X that called a trans-identifying female activist, Teddy Cook, as a woman, declared that Cook cannot be referred to as female in any way during the proceedings. So there's a proceeding about whether a post calling Teddy Cook a woman can be removed off X, but you're not allowed to refer to the person as a female. So that just seems like the whole thing is just total woke capture and obviously totally rigged. Elston vowed to continue doing so anyways, making it clear that he was prepared to risk facing criminal charges. Well, so why is he in... Shouldn't he just leave Australia? Just get the hell out? I mean, they're lost already, it seems. Just get the hell out. They'll just have to fix it all themselves, right? Why is he... I mean, I guess I'm assuming that he's in Australia while all this is happening. The e-safety office ordered my post taken down partly because I called Teddy Cook a woman, Elston wrote on X. So the e-safety office is a censorship office, internet censorship office in Australia now, which it's just an Orwellian organization that exists to take down everything that's not far left or dissents from far left ideology. And it's all just activists and ideologues involved. I've done videos on that before. You can check out my videos and see. I've done lots of videos. By the way, this is a good time to suggest that if you're not already subscribed to my channel, subscribe. The last 10 or 11 days, I've put out absolutely nothing, but that's not normal. Normally, I put out, like every week, I'll be putting out at least 10 videos, a mix of clips from the live stream and just original stuff that I come up with during the week. So subscribe to the channel. You can see all that stuff. It's very, very healthy. It's much better for you than like doing cocaine every night, I would suggest. All right. Although you could do that and watch the show as well. So, I mean, I'm not gonna judge you. Probably a bad move. But, I don't know. I'm not God. I can't tell you what to do. Let's see. Anyway, he says, I will not be complying with this. That's Billboard Chris. Teddy Cook is a woman. Find me in contempt. Arrest me at the hearing. Whatever. I'm not lying for an activist judge. I admire that his courage and his refusal to bend the knee, but I would just say get out of Australia. Like it's not his fight there at this point. I mean, if there's a risk of him being arrested in a kangaroo court and tried and found guilty in a kangaroo court in Australia, I would say just get the hell out. In a follow-up post, Elston explained that the judge also failed to take into account the fact that Cook has a professional working relationship with the e-safety office as the director of ACON, which is a government-funded, of course they're always government-funded, group that bills itself as a leader in community health inclusion and HIV responses for people of diverse sexualities and gender. All of the woke shit is it's always government funded. And in Canada, certainly. I mean, Trudeau has thrown away hundreds of millions of dollars funding just phony organizations, fantasy land organizations, pushing fantasy land nonsense on the public. Candle Monkey says, Radio Baloney, better than cocaine. Go with that slogan. Well, maybe that's what I'll do now. maybe that's the new identity of this channel. Better than cocaine. I think there's some people that would probably disagree. Nick Rekieta would probably disagree with that. But for me, it's better than cocaine. For me, it is. All right. But all of these government-funded fucking groups that are teaching just pure nonsense, essentially metaphysics, like all this gender stuff is just metaphysics. There's nothing, it's pseudoscience. There's nothing real about it. It's alchemy. You know, there's no actual foundation in reality to any of this stuff. And all of these groups they're fucking government-funded to push the nonsense. It's so weird. It's the most insane virtue signal, the most damaging virtue signal in history. And for what? Like, I don't know. I'm sorry. But where's the pictures here? Hold on. Well, there's Billboard Chris. But for this, like, really? Like, government funded to prove that this is somehow like the most important thing in the world. Like, delusion is the most important, like servicing people's delusion is the best use of tax dollars. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry. Like, this guy runs a government funded agency. The guy, it's not a man. It's, in fact, I would say this person could pass, though. This person could pass, but it's still not real, is the thing. And, like, I don't care if this person wants to, present themselves as a man, right? I just don't think that society has any obligation to go along with the whole fantasy thing or pretend that this is somehow fact or real or even healthy. Let's see. Kinky secrets of UN trans expert revealed. Bondage, bestiality, and drugs. Oh, great. Great. Like, I don't know. You can dress yourself up however you want. You can, as an adult, you can do what you want, but we don't have an obligation to just go with it. Right? To, like, UN trans expert. Why? Why is the UN even involved in that? It's silly. Why? This should be fringe. This shouldn't be mainstream. Like, they shouldn't just be considered normal. I'm not saying I hate anybody or I don't want anybody to exist. I'm saying that there are things that we should celebrate and things that we shouldn't. This is not one of the things to celebrate. When you're celebrating this, your country is in trouble. Your society, your civilization is in trouble. I mean, really? Really? This is somebody who should be in a position of power, influencing people, and most of these efforts are now directed at kids to turn them into this. So to take vulnerable young people and turn them into that. Why should that be getting money from the government? This person wants to just live their life like that. Fine. I don't care. What's it got to do with me? But all of a sudden, there's organizations pushing this, and it's being pushed on kids. There are some things that just aren't normal, that are just kind of weird, and that's okay. We need all kinds of people in the world. But I think we should have our priorities in order a little bit, right? Or just, sanity, I guess. Anyway, I guess my point is that Billboard Chris should just get the fuck out of Australia. Anyway, let's move on. So we got violent criminal offenders are now justice-impacted individuals. Or what are victims? Seems like the modern left, the far left, they really do want to just invert victim and criminal. They want to make the criminals the victims and the victims the criminals, or the oppressors, right? In that, oppressed oppressor narrative. Justice impacted individuals. Really? Is that what Jeffrey Dahmer was? A couple of months ago in March, a 37-year-old man named Crosetti Brand was released on parole in the state of Illinois. He had been locked up on a charge of home invasion and sentenced to more than a decade in prison. But the state's Prisoner Review Board decided to let him out early with electronic monitoring. Because I guess he was, justice impacted. He was hit by justice. Justice cruelly hit him, impacted him. What happened next was predictable. Just the day after he got out of prison, Chicago police say Crosetti attacked a pregnant woman and her 11-year-old boy. Jesus, killing the child and critically injuring his mother. Ugh. Just lunacy. According to court documents, the last time he was on parole, Crosetti had threatened the same woman by text message and showed up at her home. But none of Crossetti's criminal history, including his alleged threats, were enough to keep him in prison. His ankle monitor apparently wasn't much of a deterrent when he got out. Now, authorities say a child is dead as a result. So they would call this person justice impacted. This is clearly a massive failure of the judicial system in Illinois, which, particularly post-BLM, has focused more on rehabilitation instead of punishment. It's the kind of episode that you'd hope would spur lawmakers in Illinois to pass new laws to rein in their approach of restorative justice. Well, it doesn't feel like justice, does it? That poor family, I'm sure, doesn't feel like it's justice. But the Illinois government has opted for a very different response. Instead of doing something to prevent violent criminals from getting out of prison, state lawmakers have decided on a course of action that's ripped straight from a Babylon Bee article. A new bill that was just passed by both houses in the legislature and which is expected to be signed by the governor will modify state law so that the term offender becomes justice-impacted individual. It's like they don't want you to think of the criminals as criminals. It's like they want you to feel sorry for the people committing the crimes, killing people. In fact, how is this not an attempt to destroy Western civilization exactly? Right? Like when you get confused between the criminals and the victims, it's a pretty bad sign. It's kind of hard to keep innocent people safe when that happens. When you start calling monsters justice-impacted individuals. This is just a level of moral confusion that's totally baffling. I mean, the only explanation is that, like everything else with woke,
everything woke turns to shit.
But with everything with woke, with, the way that the word justice has been redefined, everything is just simply to try and destroy civilization, burn it down so you can build up some communist utopia in its place. It just feels like it doesn't feel like every policy is moving. Every policy has that effect of making things worse. We know that in Canada, after 9 years of Justin Trudeau progressivism, he made literally every single thing worse. Rogue thought justice impacted. Sounds like a part of a George Carlin bit. Hurt the innocent, reward the guilty. Leftism in a nutshell. Yep. The Department of Corrections and a bunch of other government agencies will be required to use that term. Really? Really? With a straight face, too, I guess. So the plan is not to do anything about the criminals who are getting out of prison. It's to use a nicer word to describe these criminals. Don't call them offenders. Call them justice-impacted individuals. So I guess, like, is the next thing just to redefine the word crime? Or murder? You know, it's going in the progressive direction, right? Which is just more and more insanity and more turning the world on its head. I had to check several times to make sure this wasn't satire because it's quite literally beyond parody. Actually, if the Babylon Bee did this, I wouldn't find it very funny because it would be too on the nose. But it's reality now in Illinois. This is their cutting-edge approach to criminal justice. Okay, let's take a look at this then.
Lawmakers have passed a bill that, if signed into law by Governor Pritzker, will change the term offender in state law to justice-impacted individual.
WGN's Jewel Hillary here to explain. Jewel.
Hi, Micah and Bray. So this legislation has passed both the State House and Senate. And to be very clear, the potential language change would only apply to about 1,800 offenders across the state. On Tuesday, Bill 4409 passed in the state Senate 34-20.
The question is, shall House Bill 4409 pass? All those in favor vote aye. Opposed, nay. The voting is open.
The proposed legislation would remove the term offender and replace it with justice-impacted individual for individuals in the state's Adult Redeploy Illinois program, commonly referred to as ARI. According to the Illinois Criminal Justice Information Authority, ARI is an initiative that diverts offenders from prison to programs to help rehabilitate them to success. Republicans say the language change portrays a lack of empathy for victims and lack of concern for public safety.
Change this, change that. The only thing that you don't want to change is the behavior of criminals. And guess who?
Yeah, he just hit that on that nail on the head right there, didn't he? It's just redefine words. That'll fix it. Well, the goal isn't even to fix it. The goal is to make whatever the thing is that they're redefining to make it more acceptable. Because they don't think that, like, they empathize with the criminals. They don't empathize with the victims. Right? If everything is a zero-sum game between an oppressed and an oppressor, and that would, those with the most power are always the oppressor. So if you're a criminal, you're viewed as being an oppressed group. You must be oppressed. The only reason you would become a criminal is because of racism or oppression or something. Right? So if you're looking at everything through this oppressor dynamic, and the criminal is always the oppressed, right? That's the only reason they'd be a criminal, steal, murder, whatever, because of the oppression they've suffered at the hands of our evil society. Well, who's the bad guy then? Well, society's the bad guy. The victim is the bad guy. Certainly the criminal isn't the bad guy. He's oppressed. Right? Don't forget, they view everything as a social construct, except where it's inconvenient. Then it's hardwired in. So, for instance, if a 5-year-old kid says they're born in the wrong body, definitely born in the wrong body. They're always like that. It's fact, rock solid. That's total reality. But at the same time, everything's a social construct, including gender. Right? Doesn't make any sense. But their go-to is that everything's a social construct. So the only reason you'd become a criminal is because of, the oppression meted out to you by the evil capitalist society. Because don't forget, they're also all Marxists, right? But anyway, let's continue with this guy.
Who's paying for that right now? Victims all across this state. I urge a no vote.
In addition to removing the word offender, proponents say the bill adds representation to the ARI Oversight Board.
This is good public safety policy. I know we're getting hung up on a term, but I don't want to lose sight the fact that we're adding the Department of Corrections to this bill. We're trying to make sure that everybody has an involvement in this program.
In April, House Bill 4409 passed on the House floor 68-40. When it comes to the word change, Representative Kelly Cassidy said people shouldn't be defined by their worst day.
Label of offender for life does not seem appropriate in a system that we intend to return people to.
Yeah, until she gets carjacked, right? Then it might change. Jesus Christ. People are, it's just delusional. It's just delusional. It's a total upending of just reality and common sense. Rogue Thought says, justice impacted sounds like part of a George Carlin. Okay, we read that one. So justice is being demonized now. This can only end, again, badly. Yeah. Judiciously challenged, Antipup says. Rogue Thought, they had the disease of justice, but now they are better. Yeah, and then everything's about the revolution. They may not even know their role, but their goal is to topple the current system. It sure seems like it. I mean, that can be the only result of turning everything on its head, right? To the point where you are so morally confused that you don't even know the difference between a criminal and a victim anymore, an offender and a victim anymore. Like, there are certain things that should carry stigma in society, like stealing, like robbing, like breaking into somebody's house to steal, like being a drug dealer, like murdering somebody, right? There are certain things that should carry a stigma, that we're actually much better off, that in healthy societies do carry a stigma for the obvious reason that those things make your society suck. If you constantly feel unsafe, if you're living in a low trust society, that sucks. So you stigmatize the things that make the society suck. Like drug addiction. Drug addiction should be stigmatized. Alcoholism should be stigmatized. And sober for 6 years. But, I wish I'd been stigmatized more before I quit. Maybe I would have quit earlier. Right? So, this is like fantasy land to me. Alternate reality.
Word change. Representative Kelly Cassidy said people shouldn't be defined by their worst day.
Label of offender for life does not seem appropriate in a system that we intend to return people to full participation in society.
Yeah, but what about their worst 100 days, right? Because a huge portion of crime is committed by the same people, repeat offenders, over and over and over again. Rogue Thought says, radio, they don't believe in personal responsibility, full stop. That's true. Again, if everything is a social construct, then you don't have any responsibility. It's society's fault, right? And if your failings are society's fault, well, then how can it be wrong to attack society? I think that's the way they look at it.
I agree we are not defined or should not be defined by our worst day, but people who commit criminal offenses are offenders. That's an appropriate term for committing a criminal offense. The current statute with that word is appropriate, and for that reason, I cannot support the bill. Thank you.
Back in the Senate.
And it's not like they make you walk around with a sign around your neck saying offender for the rest of your life either. So the whole thing seems totally retarded to me. Well, here's a really good point. Candle Monkey says, do these people think compassion and forgiveness are going to stop the crooks from reoffending? I think that they do. At least some of them do. I mean, some of them are definitely just trying to bring down society, right? So that they can build their Soviet utopia on top of it, or their Maoist utopia on the ashes of the old, because they're idiots and they don't know anything about what happens after the revolution. But some of them do think that just compassion and forgiveness are going to stop the crooks from me. They just need a hug. There are people that are that stupid. The reality is about 25% of a prison population is psychopaths. I don't mean Hannibal Lecter with the mask on and serial killers, but they're psychopaths in that they have no compassion, they have no conscience, and they will just keep committing crimes over and over and over again. They don't have any self-control. They are psychopaths. There's a book you should read called, it's by Robert Hare, who's like a foremost expert on psychopathy in the world. He wrote the psychopath checklist. Hold on a second. Let's look it up. Robert Hare. Without Conscience, it's called, by Robert Hare. And I would highly recommend this book. I read it a while ago, probably 10 years ago, but over 275,000 copies in print. Everybody should read this. The Disturbing World of the Psychopaths Among Us. Robert D. Hare, PhD. And the psychopath checklist is used in courts, like all over the world, and like he is a full-on expert in this. And you should read this and find out, because again, these aren't all like Hannibal Lecters. Like, they are people that may seem normal, but they don't. The name of the book is Without Conscience, and that's what it is. So these are people who you are just an object to them. Quite literally, you are an object. They don't empathize with you. They don't care what happens to you. And they will do anything if there's a reward that they want to you, if they won't get caught. Or, for the 25% of the prison population, even if there is a risk they're going to get caught. Because, high-risk behavior is common, but there's lots that don't have that, and they're just out in society. Read that book. It's terrifying, but it's fascinating as well. But yeah, so a lot of these people that they are going to call justice-impacted individuals, 25% of them are going to be psychopaths. They're going to just keep offending. They don't care. There's no amount of hugs, right? Like, this is the sort of thing that makes them disgusted by your stupidity. And that's the reality, right? And that's not even including sociopaths who are just going to keep committing crimes over and over and over again. That's the hard reality. There are bad fucking people out there, and no amount of hugs or compassion is going to change them. They're going to do horrible things because that's just what they do. And they'll do it over and over and over again. Changing labels is not going to change it. Somebody hearing that they're now a justice-impacted individual is not going to change their behavior. They're going to just feel contempt for the person who called them that, because it is genuinely pathetic. Anyway, perhaps we should move on. All right, let's oh, here's a good point. Rogue Thought says, so the people arrested for January 6th have been justice impacted? Somehow I doubt they will be included in this wordplay. No, they won't. That only goes one way. All right, let's move into the, actually, what do we got here? Let's skip these ones for now. We'll maybe come back to them. Actually, you know what we should do right now? Let's do Grok versus Trudeau. Okay, so I put something together. You guys can put your suggestions into the, into the chat there for the second one. I'll do my one first. And then there we go. And then we'll do the request one. All right. So, write a poem about Justin Trudeau after losing in a landslide in the 2025 election. Decides that his true calling is being a Tina Turner impersonator. And of course, he wears blackface and gets a vaginoplasty. Let's see. The population of the planet is appalled and shoots him into the sun with a giant cannon. There we go. Let's see what it comes up with. So you guys put your suggestions in. You guys put your suggestions in for the next poem. If I don't get any in the chat, we'll just move on. All right. So what did Grok come up with here? This should be fun. Hold on. Okay, here we go. In Canada, the land of maple and moose, a tale of a leader who's lost his caboose. Justin Trudeau, the man with a political plan, found himself in a jam. Oh, what a conundrum. The election of 25, a landslide it was. Trudeau's dreams of power up in smoke, alas. But fear not, for our man had a plan in mind, a new calling, a purpose, a star to be aligned. No more politics, no more debates. He'd found his true love. A Tina Turner impersonator awaits. See, none of the other AIs will do this. None of them will write a line like this. With blackface and a vaginoplasty. Thank you, Grok. You're the best. Trudeau transformed. A spectacle for all to see. But oh, the world, it was not ready. For this new Trudeau, this strange endeavor, the population, they gasped and sighed. Into the sun, they cried, with a cannon he shall ride. And so it was with a mighty blast. Trudeau soared, his dreams intact. To the sun he flew, a shining star, a Tina Turner impersonator, and that's not all that far. For in the cosmos where stars do shine, Trudeau found his place, a new life divine, a lesson to be learned from this tale so grand. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade, or be a Tina Turner impersonator in a cosmic band. Well, I wasn't expecting it to turn out as rosy in the end as that. It's almost like a happy ending. To the sun he flew, a shining star, a Tina Turner impersonator, that's not all that far. A new life divine. See, the whole point is that he gets shot into the sun, and you know what happens then. So, I don't know. I'm not, by the way, just want to be clear, I'm not advocating for anybody shooting Trudeau into the sun with a giant cannon. A massive cannon. Because I don't even think that's possible. I got to be honest. So I'm all about voting in somebody else. So, yeah. Let's see. Okay, so what's this one here? Okay, so let's try this. Write a poem write a poem where Justin Trudeau rebrands himself as I'm going off on a little bit of a tangent here from your suggestion, Freedix, but I like this one. Write a poem where Justin Trudeau rebrands himself as the Black Justin Bieber. Is that how you spell Bieber? I think I spelled it wrong there. Hold on. Let's go back. Black Justin Bieber. And then for some reason, he gets a vaginoplasty. Just make something up. Okay, let's try this one now. In a world where politics meets pop and scandal sometimes make a stop, a tale unfolds of a leader's quest to find a new identity in the West. Justin Trudeau, a man of many faces, blackface scandals and other traces of a past that haunts and follows him, decides to change and start anew again. No more politics, no more debates. He'll find his place in pop music's gates. A new persona, a fresh start. Justin Trudeau, the Black Justin Bieber at heart. With a vaginoplasty, he'll transform. A new voice, a new sound, a new storm. No longer the leader, but a pop sensation, bringing joy to the world with every new creation. His songs, they'll tell of love and loss, of struggles and triumphs, and the cost of being true to oneself, no matter the cost. Justin Bieber, the Black, will be the one they've lost. But oh, the world, it will be surprised as this new Trudeau, this new disguise, a leader turned pop star with a twist, a vaginoplasty, a new voice, a new tryst. So let us raise our glasses high to Justin Bieber, the Black Justin Bieber, in the sky. Why is he in the sky? A tale of transformation and a new start in a world where anything can be a work of art. Well, that is actually a great transition to something because I want to show you something. Anything can be a work of art. So anything can be a work of art. Art should always awaken your spirit and fill your soul with emotion. What does this do for you? I don't know, guys. What does this do for you? So it's a lady with two extremely long tits, really long tits. And there's a baby sucking on one of them there. And then there's like a pool of milk coming out from one of them. And she's sitting in a chair naked for some reason. What does this do for you guys? Exactly. Because I really kind of feel like, is art now just made to not be enjoyable? Is the kind of question that I have here. Like, first off, Rogue Thought says, your spirit is demented, lady. So I'm going to first off guess that the artist here had a bad childhood. I'm going out on a limb with that one. But I guess we're now just officially past that whole art being beautiful thing. You know, you see like old paintings and stuff where it's actually quite beautiful and It actually required like an enormous amount of skill, like years of skill and practice and learning. That's done now, I guess. So the people who decide what art is, I guess have just decided that everything has to be gross, unsettling, disgusting, and most importantly, of low quality. Of low quality. So, in other words, you have to be bad at art. I don't know what the artist is trying to tell us here. It's unfathomable to me. I mean, it's just a lady with two, like, gigantically long sock tits. What does that mean exactly? And one is just, I don't really get it. Saddleback tits. Candle Monkey says, is the artist female? The artist is female. That's her right there. And the painting is covering her. Oh my God. Does she have those long tits like in the painting? This might be actually super realistic. I don't know. No, here's the artist right here. This is the artist right here. So, yeah, there must be beautiful art that's still being made. Like, there must be actually talented, skilled artists, you know? Time Traveler says, what the fuck kind of art is that? We don't know. We don't know what kind of art it is. But it just, snaggle tits, oh dear. Oh dear. I can't approve of that, but we'll still give some cheers. They're just long tits. Long tits. Long tits, long tits, Friedrich says, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Long tits, what you gonna do? So, yeah, I mean, it does appear that now it's not only that everything has to be gross or unsettling in some way, but it also has to be actually bad, just objectively bad, right? So just not skilled. Like you have to be, like, to be a painter now, you have to be bad at painting, it appears. And I don't know why that is. I think it's not good for civilization, you know? Like that looks like a disturbed 10th grader painted it. All right. I guess this kind of goes along with the Angry Girlfriend AI app. Let's see. So she is not very nice. Let's see what she has to say here.
So here's a list of things that a few weeks ago I said I don't do my husband's laundry, and a lot of people are saying, whoa, those are small acts of kindness. Why wouldn't you want to do that for your partner? But here's the thing, small acts of kindness that are mostly domestic labor just add up to work at the end of the day. So here's a list of things that I don't do for my husband. You all know I don't do his laundry. He can do that himself. I do my laundry and we do the kids' laundry, but he does his own. I don't cook dinner. He cooks dinner every single night. I do breakfast and lunch for us and our kids. I don't pack him a lunch. If he's hungry, he'll figure out what he's going to eat for lunch the same way that I do. I don't make his doctor's appointments because guess what? He's not making mine. Would it be kind of me to do that? For sure. Is it?
So I guess the thing is, I mean, if she's working full time, then okay, then you're gonna have to share all this stuff, right? But if she's not, if she's like a stay-at-home mom, well, those are just the things you're supposed to be doing. I mean, that's kind of the deal, right? Like, wouldn't you just understand that? That's the deal. I just see red flags all over the place here. Imagine having to live with that. Because you know this is like every day, right? Every day. Looking for some way that she's being oppressed. Man, let's hear a bit more of this. But again, if she's like working full time, then you start to understand a little bit. Oh dear, what is Time Traveler saying over on YouTube? Oh, I can't vouch for you monsters at all, but I'm going to read it anyway. I have to. It says, all I hear is an angry, broken dishwasher. As a man, I got to elbow jab or knee it to get it to start working again. Oh, dear. That's not very good. Not very good at all. Angry, broken dishwasher. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Okay. Rogue Thought says she has a roommate husband, mostly roommate. Doesn't seem very pleasant. This doesn't seem like a pleasant person to be around.
My job? Absolutely not. I want him to be healthy, but he's a grown-ass man and he can book his own appointments, right? There's a lot of things that I don't do for my husband. I don't schedule his haircuts. I don't pack his clothes for vacation, right? I don't do those things. I don't buy him new underwear when it's got holes in it. All of those are things that he's a grown man and he can do himself. Can I do small acts of kindness for him? Of course I can. And I do. I see a vinyl that I think he's going to like because he's creating a vinyl collection. I buy it. I'm at the store and I see something that I think he might enjoy eating. I buy it. I find a new non-alcoholic beer that he wants to try out. I buy it. Right? Those are small acts of kindness. Doing his laundry, cooking him dinner, making him lunch, booking his doctor's appointments, all those things, that's domestic labor. Those are chores. Those are not acts of kindness. Do I do them occasionally when he's working a lot? Of course. Do I cook dinner sometimes?
Candle Monkey says, angry AI girlfriend is looking good all of a sudden. Freya Dick says, I wonder how long her tits are. Antipop says she has her union contract. All right. I wonder what the internet has to say about this. Liberal women are useless. He's only staying with her for the kids. Probably. That will get old soon. I see the guy switching to alcoholic beer in the near future. Or start freebasing crack. Oh, dear. I would bet a lot she deprives him sexually. Probably so. See, being in a marriage with this and having a family with this is prison, essentially. It's prison. It'll be extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. All right, let's see what else. I think we had another one who actually was kind of nice. It was the opposite of this. Yeah, let's look at this woman here.
I personally think that men are basically all the same. Men just want a nice, sweet, supportive woman. You don't even have to be that beautiful. Like, don't be fat, like go to the gym, eat healthy, put a little bit of makeup on, not too much. But ultimately, men just want a supportive, kind, sweet woman. He's gonna go out there, take on the world, do all these difficult things, and he just wants to go home and know that there's peace, there's food on the table, the house is clean. It's really not that difficult. All men want the same thing. I personally think that men are...
So that's different. That's way better. I personally think that's way better. Like, she's an attractive woman and she does understand men. Men are pretty simple. We just want nice and available. That's it. Just like be nice. We don't care about your career, right? We don't care about your hobbies or any of that shit. I mean, that's all fine, but we don't care. We don't pick a partner. We're not, men don't practice hypergamy. Although maybe in the future, like hypergamy is, monkey branching up, trying to find a better partner, more resources. For women, they're always looking, women tend to date men at the same level as them or higher. So more money, basically, or more status, whatever. Men don't care about that at all. They want pretty, nice, and available. That's what they want. And she understands that. Men don't like selfish and narcissistic witches. Men don't like women that can't bear to see them ever be happy. Men don't like that at all. This woman gets it. Is she really like that in real life? I don't know. Is she doing it for clicks? I don't know. But that sounds pretty good. Truth, 100%. A man will settle where he finds peace. That's true. Just bring peace to this chaos. It's not that complicated. Yep, I would agree with that. Let's see. All right. So let's go to Nigel Farage here, because he's an interesting figure. He seems like he's taken himself out of politics in the UK, and it seems like this was a massive opportunity for him because Labour is going to win in a landslide in the UK election. And not because the Conservatives are voting Labour. So the Conservatives aren't voting because the UK Conservative Party has completely betrayed their voters, right? So they're just not voting. And there's a void there. And Farage has name appeal. People know who he is. Kind of missed out a major opportunity here, but let's hear his justification behind it.
The United States of America election matters more to you than the United Kingdom general election?
No, the American election doesn't matter more to me. It matters more to us. It matters more to the world. We are closer now than we've been at any point since the Cuban Missile Crisis to a serious global war.
Nigel, you are a man who's devoted your political career to the importance of domestic politics, domestic elections, and pushing away foreign interference. You're now saying what happens in a different country matters more to this country than our own politics.
World War III matters more to this country than who wins the next election, yes, absolutely. No question about it. And a weak America, we saw the Biden withdrawal from Kabul. We saw the Taliban taking back over. That was followed by Putin invading Ukraine. The Chinese now rattling their sabers over Taiwan. We're in a very bad place. We have to recognize the leader of the Western world is America. Whether you like him or not, Donald Trump believes in peace through strength. That is good. That must be good for us. So my plan is very simple. It's to campaign up until July the 4th, very hard for Tice and for reform. And by the way, this is a 6-year campaign we've got. We have got a 6-year plan to become the biggest party in British politics. 6 weeks wasn't enough for me to do both on the national stage and a constituency. But after that, I'll be in America a lot. Trump, whether you love him or hate him, believes in peace through strength. He must win.
Time Traveler says Nigel is legit and he just speaks the truth. I agree. He should be leading a party in the UK. He should be leading a party there. You know, this would have been a perfect time for him. But he also says that, I mean, it is true what he's saying, that what happens, what is this saying? That when the United States sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. And that's true. And are we in the beginning stages of World War III right now? Is what's happening now in the world, will that be seen by historians 100 years from now? Is that already the beginning phases of World War III? I don't know. But here's what I know. If the U.S. goes down, everybody's fucked. Everybody's fucked. So I think I see his logic in it. Let's see. Well, Friedrich says that he likes women that make tortillas from scratch. You can't go wrong with that, right? Unless they're terrible. Unless they're really bad tortillas. But I think if they make good ones, yeah, that's nice. Rogue Thought says Farage hits the mark. He continues to be a reasonable voice. Yep, he has been for a long time. He's been right pretty much about everything, hasn't he? And the anti-pop says Bojo, that's Boris Johnson, stoked the flames of war in the Ukraine. He absolutely did. And, he flew over to convince Zelensky not to go into negotiations with Russia. Just Boris Johnson has got to be the biggest disappointment for British conservatives because, this is a guy who, his hero is Winston Churchill. Well, he's Winston Churchill without the courage, essentially. Or kind of any real conservatism. Friedix, Biden withdrawal from Afghanistan was a sloppy, drunken pullout. Almost seemed intentional for it to end that way, didn't it? Because, how stupid can you be? Like, just to pull out from an airbase without telling the Afghanis that you're supposed to be working with seems totally insane. Just basically just in the dead of night, just abandoning a bunch of places without telling anyone. How was that going to work out well? Like, it almost feels like it was designed to fail, or it's just unfathomable incompetence. So I don't know. Crazy shit. Let's see what the internet's saying about it.
The United States of America.
Top conservative says, I would go beyond and say Joe Biden wants World War III to happen. What a perfect money laundering distraction. Donald Trump is the only hope for America to reclaim its strength and avoid global catastrophe. I can't really disagree with that. I think it's crucial. I really do think that if Trump doesn't get in 2024, it's going to be, what's going to happen? It'll just be how many more tens of millions of people illegally crossing the border, all being made citizens and top speed. That's what's going to happen. Being given the vote in some manner. Because the point is to get these people to vote, right? And you know who for. How much more damage could be done in another 4 years with Biden or whoever ends up replacing him from the Democrat Party? Because I don't think anybody thinks he could serve another 4 years. I mean, it seems like he can barely get through the day now. I don't think you can underestimate, things, they fall apart slowly, and then fast. I don't think a lot of people, especially leftists, don't understand how bad it is when everything falls apart in a civilization. The civilization doesn't crumble and, fall apart economically, which is the main point, fall apart economically. That doesn't mean that, you get to be a revolutionary poet, or make, be a, you have a passion for pottery or something, right? And now it doesn't mean that you just get to do whatever you want because you've been freed from the capitalist system that's been oppressing you. No. Now it's where am I getting my next meal from? And it's going to be way worse than before. Or it's going to be, you're due back at the concrete factory, comrade. Rogue Thoughts says, if he doesn't make it, this is Trump, I doubt we have societies left in the West that are recognizable. Well, if you have a real economic collapse, people won't recognize it. People will learn perspective, valuable perspective, really, really quick. Antipop says, I suspect a black swan event at the Trump-Biden debate. Maybe. Think that'll actually happen, though? I'm not sure it'll actually happen. You know, I'm just not sure. I'm not sure that they can drug him up enough to actually function, even if it's just like an hour long. So, I mean, what will they just have a teleprompter for him at the debate? Like, how could it work exactly? Anyway, you know, I need to take another break for a second, you guys. Just give me one minute. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you for your patience once again. So, one thing I wanted to bring up is so I want to start making some new animations. I haven't done a new one in like 2 years. And but I want some ideas. I want you guys to give me some ideas in the chat, and I'll write them down, or in the comment section for the video, for the stream. And just write like animation idea, and then just some event, something that you find ridiculous that would work for like a little satirical thing, maybe a woke news network or something. So also, I don't know how much further I'm going to make it tonight, you guys. I'm pretty sick. I'm just sitting here sweating, and I'm getting confused, and I'm finding it hard to concentrate. Maybe it was the idiocitrin I had. Let's see. Well, Antipop said, I suspect a black swan event at the Trump-Biden debate, quite possibly. Rogue Thought said, aren't we all waiting for an event of some kind to derail the possibility of a Trump victory? I don't think anything is off the table for these maniacs. Yeah, I 100% agree. Nothing is off the table. They've tried everything. Are they going to give up? Are they going to give up? What? I mean, I'll just say I agree. I don't think anything is off the table for these maniacs. I was saying the debate will have no witnesses or audience. Yeah, I heard that. I heard that they've got a whole laundry list of conditions to get Biden in there. That's why I wonder if they'll have a teleprompter for him in there. Would you doubt that at this point? You know, him reading off a teleprompter at a debate? I think it's entirely possible at this point. No audience. No audience. That's a strange one, isn't it? That's a strange one. I guess maybe in case he says something totally insane, they don't want to hear gasping, you know? Anyway, let's move along. But don't forget to put something in either the comments of the video or in the chat, a suggestion for an animation. Because I want to maybe get started this week on a new one. And I got some new software to use, so I want to get started trying to figure that out. These things take a really long time to do, by the way. Like a really long time to do. It's like a minute a day kind of thing. So they'll be short. Rogue Thought, mandatory drug tests before any debates. My wish. Yeah, Biden ain't passing a drug test before a debate. That's not going to happen. Let's go to... Now, what the hell is this? Ooh. So what the hell has the world come to? I'm absolutely okay with being... So what does that say again? Let's see. I'm absolutely okay with being the bad guy in your story because you're a bitch in mine. Uh-huh. Mandatory drug testing for TikTok, I think. So, I don't know. It's concerning that... I think it's concerning what's happening to people. What's happening to people. I mean, I don't know. Was there a lot of this? Were a lot of people like this before TikTok? I'm just not really sure. I feel it's the sort of thing that gets rewarded on TikTok. Well, we know what gets rewarded on TikTok, right? It's owned by China. China runs it. And we know that in China, TikTok is all like studying videos and stuff for young people. In the Western world, it's a fire hose of garbage like this, meant to dement the population, meant to demoralize the population. I don't mean demoralize, making them depressed, although certainly that's part of it. I mean, no morals is what I mean. Get rid of all morals. Time Traveler says, what kind of animations you do? Well, I can play one for you. Hold on. See if we can find one. Go to Rumble. Video, Baloney, animation. So these are all pretty old. So there's one here, Dr. Fauci and the new variant. I don't know if we watched this one, the Twitter file. I did one on the Twitter files. These are all old this was a year ago, this one. It's probably like a year and 6 months. It just says like a year if it's probably like a year and 10 months. But let's check out this one. So this is one of the things I did.
Drinking coffee every day didn't work for me, but I couldn't figure out why.
Just
until
made
I went from
half of a cent
184
from
to
this.
123. I was doing everything right.
How to kill all mosquitoes in the area in just minutes. This simple but brilliant trick you can do tonight to eliminate all mosquitoes around you is taking the U.S. by storm.
Ultra right-wing, fascist, racist, transphobe Twitter owner Elon Musk has given internal Twitter communications related to its handling of the New York Post story on Hunter Biden's laptop to journalist Matt Taibbi. We have a panel of journalists to help us break this story down. Let's go to Shillbot642 for his thoughts. Now, without acknowledging the contents of the Twitter files, would you say that Elon Musk and Matt Taibbi are far-right Nazis?
Shillbot fact check processing. Mostly true. Elon Musk and Matt Taibbi are double Nazis.
Double Nazis? That's even better. Anything else you'd like to add?
Yes. Matt Taibbi is doing PR work for world's richest man.
God, that just feels so right. Now let's go to journalist Shillbot147.
Matt Taibbi needs to get a life. He is doing PR work for the world's richest man. Transmission ended.
I just love you, Shillbot147. Now let's go to Shillbot892.
Matt Taibbi is a Putin agent. Matt Taibbi is doing PR work for the richest man in the world.
Congratulations! You're the millionth journalist to say Matt Taibbi is doing PR work for the world's richest man.
What does Shillbot win?
You get to keep your job.
Shillbot has learned to feel the human emotion of shame.
Yeah.
So I did a bunch of those that were Woke News Network. And then I did some other ones too that were more just kind of like there's the 2021 Stalin and Useful Idiot sitcom. I did a few of those. You can check them out on channel. Let's see. You said, I'm in your live chat on YouTube. Are you at Rumble mostly? Well, everything I do goes onto both. But, you know, the thing about YouTube versus Rumble is that for the live streams, almost nobody sees me on YouTube. So I think the most I've ever had concurrently on YouTube watching is like 7 people or 8 or 9 or something. And on Rumble, sometimes it gets up to like 40 concurrently. And, you know, right now it's like 23. YouTube, it's 4 viewers right now. And that's just normal. So by the time normally by the end of my live streams on Rumble, there's been 300-400 people in and out, you know, at least watch part of it. Some people watch it all the way through. On YouTube, it'll be like 30 people. So, and I have twice as many subscribers on YouTube. So I got like 12,000 on YouTube, 5,600 on Rumble. So there's something weird about that, right? Like, just nobody sees the live stream on YouTube. So anyway, the best place to watch it is on Rumble and get into the Rumble chat. You know, because the Rumble chat is really lively because there're just way more people that are here. And we've got the regulars that are here. We've got Antipop and Rogue Thought and Freedix and, you know, some other people that are here, you know, like every Friday. So it's really best to watch it on Rumble at this point because the chat's lively. It's more fun to be in the Rumble chat. And unfortunately, the software I'm using, I can't get the YouTube and the Rumble chat to be mixed in together. I keep trying. I spent like 2 hours last night trying to figure it out, and I just can't. It just doesn't work. My brain just doesn't. It doesn't work with my brain. Maybe eventually I'll figure it out. But anyway, yeah, watch on Rumble. Everybody should just watch on Rumble. I'll probably be kicked off YouTube eventually anyway. I mean, it's an election year, so I could be kicked off YouTube at any time already anyway, right? So, but anyway, this lady's got some weird. So when did this become? So when did doing this? Like, when did that become something that people would want other people to see them doing? Not before TikTok, right? I don't think people were always doing that. Were they? I mean, maybe if you were in like a shock band or something like that, you know? But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like the internet probably has something to say about it. I bet you the other people on X have something to say about it. Make asylums great again. Yeah. Let's see. Hold on a second. Time Traveler says, well, if you want to grow your market plan on making YouTube friendly, if you will, videos, half and half, but put everything on Rumble. You need to appeal and have monetized content and just do your main thing on Rumble or whatever. But you can pick out funny and good bits that are YouTube clean and make shorts. Shorts are to be honest, kind of a waste of time. I have a short that is like, one short got like something like well over 2 million. I think it was like 2.5 million views. And I gained a bunch of subscribers from it, and absolutely none of them watched the rest of my videos, my regular content. And I had another one that got 1 million something views, a short. Brought in a bunch of subscribers. None of them actually watched my content, my regular content, you know? So I just stopped doing it because what's the point? Time Traveler says, I went 6.5 days without drinking till now. So you're drinking now? Were you trying to quit drinking or you just didn't drink? That's the question. All right. Anyway, let's Time Traveler, gonna go into a random Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, and just when they ask me, I say that I get up. When they ask me, I say that I get up and say women shouldn't be allowed to vote and just walk away with no comment. And he says he's drinking and smoking. Well, I hope you're doing it responsibly. All right. I see a lot of these make insane asylums great again type memes these days. Time Traveler says, nah, I'm good. I get plastered once a week. You know what? I mean, I don't think like alcohol should be illegal. I don't think that nobody should drink. I think if you can handle it, you get drunk once a week. Who's to tell you shouldn't be able to do that? You know, I think if it's fucking up somebody's life, well, then I think at that point, you know. Hold on. Let's go back to this again. So let's get back into the chat on the Rumble side here. Rogue Thought says, come on over, Time Traveler. Like the takes. They want you to come over. They like your takes, Time Traveler. You should be jumping over to the Rumble side. You should be jumping over there. It's pretty easy. I mean, like I watch Rumble on my TV because there's like an app for like Apple TV. There's an app for Roku. You know, I just watch it the same as I do YouTube. You know, the thing is, not everything. Like, I like boxing, right? So there's a bunch of boxing channels I like to watch. And there's like only like one of them is actually putting out stuff on Rumble. So I'll watch that stuff on YouTube. But there's a lot of stuff there's stuff now you can't even get on YouTube. That's on, like Dan Bongino, you can't get on YouTube. So it's really as easy as just pressing a different button, like pressing on a different app on my thing. So it's totally worth it to get a Rumble account. Because, and that way too, if there's somebody you like on YouTube that gets banned, which there's going to be a lot of that this year, an election year, it's going to happen. You'll still be able to watch them. Like I like to watch the uncensored Crowder on Rumble. Let's see. Rogue Thoughts says, no, you're not shocking, just pathetic, lady. Rogue Thought says, YouTube clean. I get what you're saying. I just hate that clean means it complies with their ideology. Well, just for your guys' knowledge, I don't actually censor myself for YouTube. I say what I want to say, you know. So I'm not holding back on things. I mean, maybe I will be a little bit careful about how I say it, but I get my point across. So, you know, there's a part of me that just kind of thinks it would be a relief if YouTube just nuked my channel, to be honest. You know, and then that's just done, you know, because it's pretty frustrating. You know, you get a video that's got like, 70. I just had one a month ago or so, 76,000 views or something. And then the next one's like 50. Like, try and explain that. Doesn't make any damn sense. It doesn't seem like my subscribers know that my videos are there either. So I don't know. But as for Greenmouth Lady here, is trying to be provocative, obviously. She's telling us that she's absolutely okay with being the bad guy in your story because you a bitch in mine. So I feel like if we ever do get like civilizational collapse, which is entirely possible, frankly, but if the shit ever really did hit the fan civilizationally, people like this will be instantly humbled. It would turn out very quickly that they are not, in fact, badasses. Not at all. In fact, they're quite weak. They would not do well. This lady would not do well. Can you play something else? Val says, can you play something else in a loop? Like, I don't know, the lady who has a turtle that skateboards or the lady that has a bunch of wiener dogs. I'm sorry I left this on looping, didn't I, for a while there? It's like, maybe we should move on. What else we got? All right. I think I've got some more weirdos. I feel like looking at the weirdos tonight. I don't want to have to think too much during this stream. Next week, I'll be feeling a lot better, and I'll be more articulate. But let's check this out.
You're hurting me, Sheriff! You're hurting me, Sheriff! I can't breathe!
I can't breathe. It's just an automatic now, isn't it? That's just an automatic now.
I can't breathe!
It's just an automatic. I can't breathe. That's got to go on till the end of time, isn't it? Vulcan neck pinch, Rogue Thought says. It's just an automatic. This woman was arrested on a plane for preventing a takeoff. So, a question I often wonder is that, was this always happening? Or is it just that we know about it now because everybody's got a camera to record it? I kind of feel like it wasn't always happening. I have a feeling like it wasn't always happening. That it's kind of a new thing, Again, maybe it's like the kind of removal of the stigma, the stigmas that kind of helped society stay healthy, like physically and, mentally. Like, remember when it was like, there was a stigma to being fat, obese, like morbidly obese, right? And it was just understood and everybody kind of got it, right? Or just like the worst behavior. There was a stigma to the worst behavior, like being a criminal, for instance, before they decided that they have to call them justice impacted individuals. I think that it's not just that everybody's got a camera and they can catch this stuff. I think it's been the removal of the stigma against being a fucking retard in public. That's what I think. Time Traveler, who am I on Rumble? I'm Radio Baloney. Radio Baloney on Rumble. It's the same. Just type in Radio Baloney. You will find me. Saying I'm on your channel at Rumble. But there is no live feed. It's other recorded shit. What? Maybe it's behind a little bit. Because I'm just checking out my light. I can see it. I've actually got it up here. And it seems to be running live. So I don't know. Maybe load it, I guess. It should be working. Well, it is. I can see it's working. So Yeah, just reload it. Or refresh it. Refresh the page, and it should be working fine. Now, I wonder what anybody has to say about this. Let's see. I'm melting. I'm melting. Is that Colin Kaepernick? Oh dear. That's nasty. What's wrong with her? She looks possessed. A lot of this stuff, I'm not religious myself, but a lot of this stuff does look like possession, doesn't it? It looks like something out of a movie, you know? Candle Monkey says it's happening because there are cameras to record it. Well, that's an interesting take on it. So they're doing it for attention. I mean, but on a plane, like, you're going to get arrested for preventing the plane from taking off. Like, Jesus, look at that. So, I mean, is that worth getting the attention? I don't know. I'm feeling like it's a changing of standards in society. All right, let's keep going. Mermaids are real, and here is the proof. Is that more like a mer whale? Or a whale maid? Maybe whale maid? I don't know. I think I've got a button for this. Yeah, this one works better than this one. I think, because that sounds like a wetter one, you know? Oh, Time Traveler made it onto the Rumble chat. All right. Welcome in, sir. And he's plugging himself already. Let's see. So I think that Time Traveler guy on YouTube is pretty smart and cool. Probably really sexy, too. Don't be afraid to promote yourself on my channel. Let's see. Val's making a request here. Play the video of the woman pilot dressed like a bum, ranting about her divorce and people yelling at her to get off the plane and get another pilot. Huh. Okay. Let's see if we can find that. Female pilot. Yelling to get another pilot. See if we can find something here. Epic meltdown before plane takes off. So what is this it?
To be free and flexible and creative was really essential to what I wanted to make, and I didn't find a platform that did that.
Okay, if you don't feel safe, get off the airplane.
This is your captain speaking, but never like this.
I'll stop, and we'll fly the airplane. Don't worry, I'm going to let my co-pilot fly it. He's a man. Okay?
It's a total meltdown. The pilot boarded in her street clothes and addressed the passengers over the intercom. Passenger Pam O'Neill couldn't believe what was happening.
She said, let's take a vote. How many of you would like to take off now with me dressed as I am, or would you prefer that I take 10 minutes to get changed into my cute little uniform? Then she started talking about her divorce and political candidates, and the minute she mentioned that, a gentleman stood up and just yelled, "Whoa, enough, you're scaring me."
Another passenger, Randy Reese, got up to leave and gave a running commentary on social media. "I'm shaking right now." The captain demonstrated that she was not mentally in a safe space. She says, "Sorry, I'm going through a divorce." Uh-oh. The pilot also insulted a mixed-race couple on board.
Did I offend you? Okay, so did I purposely offend you? I did. The answer is yes.
The more she tried to convince everyone she was...
Okay, so we were just talking about the lowering of standards across Western civilization. Yeah, maybe, like, I think this is kind of what I'm talking about here. You know, have you ever heard of something like this happening before? There seems to be an awful lot of this sort of thing happening.
It's okay to fly, the more people got off.
Flight attendants, please disarm doors.
Anthony Roman is a retired pilot.
Everything went wrong on the flight. The captain clearly was in an emotional state and was having a breakdown. The right thing to do, you don't feel safe on an aircraft, is to take matters into your own hand and get up and leave that aircraft.
After 20 passengers insisted on getting off the United Airlines flight, the pilot quietly left the aircraft.
Okay, if you don't feel safe, get off the airplane. But otherwise, we can go.
The United Airlines flight from Austin to San Francisco was delayed.
Yeah, I'm getting off that plane right away. Right away. Hey, before she even started talking about her divorce or anything, I'm just like, no, I'm getting off. I do. Like, maybe, you know, DEI is bad, it turns out. Maybe it turns out that it's bad. That it's allowing for people that don't have the right qualities. And I'm not saying there's no women that could fly a plane. Val says, sorry, ladies, guys only flying the plane. I'm sure there are good female pilots, right? But I did think that perhaps you might feel a little bit more safer if it's a dude who seems like he's normal and isn't about to start crying or freaking out. Rogue Thought says, the captain, not even the captain of her emotions. Oh, dear. Yeah, like, you just got to get off the plane at that point, right? Like, at the start of the thing, just get off the plane. And why isn't she in a fucking uniform? Again, all the norms are being destroyed. So now she just, like, putting on a uniform is like the most basic thing you can do, right? It's supposed to give the people that are putting their lives in your hands some confidence that you're competent. This is a lowering of standards. It is. This is, we need more female pilots. This is, we need to lower standards because there's not enough women that want to become pilots. So we have to lower the standards because the pool of applicants isn't big enough. And we've set a goal for ourselves. It has to be this many. That's what this is. This is DEI. This is just one more of the trillion cuts in the death of Western civilization. Time Traveler said, that plane will not move if I'm on it. I will get off and tell everyone good luck. Yes. Yeah, I'm not getting on that plane. Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. Anyway, let's watch this one more time here. One of those things they have like down like in Florida, manatees. That's it. A manatee maid, I think. Let's turn off the music there. I'll play it one more time. That never gets old. Let's see. Video of an ASU BLM exhibit shows one of the speakers elevating George Floyd to a Jesus-like figure. The purification that George Floyd died for us. BLM ideologues treat their claims like religion and believe in punishing blasphemers. You know, like, he just doesn't seem like a very good martyr to me. This is a guy who held a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach while he was home invading her. Like, not the best martyr. It just seems kind of insane to me. I mean, and there was a trial, and there was absolutely no way that Derek Chauvin could have gotten a fair trial. The jurors were all terrified. They admitted as much. They're having to drive through like barricades every day to get in. And they knew that their lives were going to be very difficult if they didn't come out with the correct verdict. From the medical reports from it, it seems like George Floyd, if he hadn't run into the police that day, he probably would have overdosed 10 minutes later anyway. Like, he was a very sick man with a major drug problems, with huge amounts of drugs in his system. It's, I think, surreal. I mean, this wasn't Martin Luther King, right? This is a guy who, with a long criminal record, who held a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach while he was home invading her. Like, it just seems like strange madness to me. Like a bizarre madness. I don't know. What's going on with this creature? A word from this wise non-binary person about Portland, Oregon. It's not the queer liberal utopia you might imagine. All right, let's hear what this nutbar has to say.
I want to talk about the queer utopia that people think the Pacific Northwest is. I moved to Oregon from the Midwest about 5 years ago thinking that it would be this like safe haven. Black people weren't allowed to live in Oregon until the 1920s.
Okay, but what does that have to do with right now? But okay, whatever.
Portland is, I think, the whitest city in the US. People fucking hate homeless people here. If you want to lose all faith in humanity, go to the Portland or Eugene subreddits and see how many people say that people without homes should be put in asylums, killed, jailed.
Well, a lot of the people, homeless people, are mentally ill and should be in asylums because that's the safest place for them and for the public for them to be in, right? Just straight up.
Or deserve to die from overdoses. The entire state is basically red except for the big cities, which, by the way, cost about $1,200 to $1,500 for a one-bedroom apartment. And you need to make 3 times the income in order to afford it. Hence, most of the people that can afford to live here are rich white college students. Yes, the legislation is amazing and ahead of its time and great for trans healthcare, but if you move to this state, you need to have housing and a job set up beforehand because the odds that you'll be homeless if you don't are pretty high. And all of the shelters, programs for unhoused people are basically full to the brim and have really long wait lists.
Okay, so leftists created a leftist shithole for themselves to live in. And that's full of homeless drug addicts. So, I don't know. I mean, what would you think you were going to, by the way? What would you think you were going to? But it's all those, I guess it's the fault of all those, people where it's all red outside of Portland, right? I guess it's their fault. All those conservatives outside of Portland who don't vote to make everything terrible. Antipop says, I thought Portland was their utopia. Yeah, well, I think that they thought they were building a utopia there. Turned out it's not so much. It's one of those leftist utopias, that is really more like a dystopia. Rogue Thought says, trans healthcare, a worry created 5 minutes ago. It's really amazing how quickly that the gender cult managed to take over institutions. I mean, we're talking about major institutions. We're talking about like American Medical Association. Trudeau made, gender identity part of the Canadian, what was it, like the Canadian Human Rights Code, right? Everything is protected except for straight, essentially, in Canada. It's amazing how quickly they took over. The gender cult took over all of the institutions. And there seems to be a lot of people that just went, well, this is normal. This is normal. Of course children should get sex changes. Like, it just seems a lot of people. I don't think it's as many as the media would have us believe, but certainly, like that 25% of people who are always wrong about everything that support Justin Trudeau, they think that's fine. They hear, oh yeah, sex changes for children. We're doing that now. Right? It's like 1 second, that's completely fucking insane. The next second, oh yeah, that's what we're doing now. That's normal now. Sex changes for children is normal now. A worry created 5 minutes ago. Yes. It is bizarre, isn't it? How just quickly that took over. I think it's the tide is turning on that because it is so clearly insane. But it's not just that there were pseudoscientific, absurd ideas, like metaphysical ideas, really. Because I think gender is like the progressive soul. It's not just that these ideas have been normalized, ridiculous ideas. It's that they're promoted as being virtuous and good. So, I mean, there's just a lot of people that, they don't feel like they fit in. They can all of a sudden get a bunch of fans if they decide, well, you know what, I was born in the wrong body. And the pharmaceutical companies, hospitals are happy to medicalize these people for life. Very happy to do it. That's a lot of money. I did a video actually on how much money is involved in that, and how much you could expect to spend. How much money could be made over the course of somebody's life in that. You should check it out. By the way, if you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel, and you can find all these wonderful, nutritious videos. Anyway. Let's see. Antipop says, my dad said human rights would ruin this country in the 60s. Well, look, what are human rights? What's the most important human right? Speech. Because if you don't have that, you've got nothing, right? There's you have a right to not be murdered by your neighbor because they want your shit, right? But we've elevated things that aren't even real to be human rights, right? So what even are trans rights? What does that even mean? Does it just mean that people have to pretend to believe something that they don't believe is true? That appears to me to be what trans rights means, right? Like, I don't care if an adult wants to present themselves as something that they're not. Fine. It's their life. But I refuse to accept that I have to pretend to believe them. But that apparently is now a human right, that other people have to be criminals to their own conscience and pretend to believe things that they know aren't true. So what are human rights now? It seems to be just a bunch of interest groups advocating for extra rights, I guess you could say. If someone is non-binary, doesn't that mean there are only two genders? Huh, very interesting from Kermit there. Have they, them met the welcoming committee? Well, half of Antifa is trans, apparently. Seems that way. All right, anyway, let's move on. Let's see. In a previous video, this person implored us to stop calling women females. What? Here she addresses why, even though women are scientifically female. Okay, let's check this
female
out.
And male. Out of thousands of others that are just like it, so don't feel special. Yeah, scientifically female, scientifically. Like, pigs are scientifically female and male. Bats, scientifically female and male. Fucking horses, scientifically female and male. But horses, bats, pigs, fucking animals aren't men and women. Men and women are humans. So when you're calling a woman a fucking female, you're reducing her to her genitals, her reproductive.
Well, I mean, technically we are animals as well, but let's continue.
Production abilities, you're calling her an animal. And I know that's what a lot of you love. You know, you're proving yourself in the comments, and that's fine, that's great. The post was mostly for women and how other women call other women females and how we're not helping ourselves by doing that. I mean, and when I give the example about how women talk about guys and the other females they were with, like giving that example as a sentence of how women say females, everyone's like, you just said it, you just said it. Holy shit, you guys are so...
Boy, red flags everywhere, right? I think that it's now, probably easier to avoid the crazies because now they feel empowered just to, like, it makes them special. Like, it's a good thing to be a lunatic, you know? So maybe it's easier to detect them now, you know, like that thing she's got drawn onto her body permanently. That's a clue right there. Red flag. I feel like when you've covered your body with like hideous tattoos, you've kind of abdicated your right to lecture anybody about anything. Really? You know, unless it's to tell people not to get that same tattoo that she has, that hideous tattoo. But anything else, like if your judgment is that bad that you see this artwork, which is hideous, and you think, I want this on my body, but not just on my body. I want it somewhere that everybody will always see it forever. Rogue Thought says just the nose ring is the red flag. Yeah, I think you're probably right. And the two things in her lip there as well. But if your judgment is so poor that you see that artwork and you think this would look great on my neck and my shoulders and my chest, you've kind of proven you have terrible judgment and nobody should listen to anything you say. Probably, I don't know if she's Canadian or not, probably a Trudeau voter, though, if she's Canadian. Part of that 25% of people that gets everything wrong every time forever. Let's see, less time at the tattoo factory and more time reading and learning, please. She kind of reminds me of that scribble pad I use when my damn pen stops writing. Maybe that's what happened with the tattoo. The tattoo pen stopped working and he's just trying to scribble. I don't know. It looks terrible, though. It's really terrible. It's very sad. Where are the friends that are supposed to tell you, don't do that? You know, hey, can I show you this drawing that I want to put on my body where everybody will see it forever? Sure, I'll take a look at that. Well, what do you think? I think that's a major mistake. I don't think you should do that. And I think you're going to regret it enormously because it looks awful, because it looks horrendous, because you're going to ruin what meager beauty that you have already. Probably works for the Biden administration. Nice tats, freak. Oh, dear. That was a bit mean. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, always beware the nose ring. Very few are the exception. Yeah, well, the nose ring probably came before the tattoo. So, I'd like to have to come home to that every day. Jesus. Now look at this dingbat. I've seen this woman before. She's the one who did the frog gender video. And I find this actually really disturbing because she's obviously marketing to children. Let's take a look.
That thanks. Well, it's two words in one pronoun, which honestly I've never done before, so I think this is kind of exciting. Just remember, this is what that person feels the most comfortable with while being referred to as. And a lot of people that use that's pronouns or things pronouns don't see it as dehumanizing. And that's what I've learned from other neo-pronoun users that have come and talked to me about why they want to use it. If you ever want to reach out and talk to me about your neo-pronoun and why it feels comfortable to you, I would love that. And in some ways, it can help other people that might want to try using those neopronouns. It's just nice to know that you can have relatable experiences with other people in this world.
You know, it's nice to know that everybody isn't fucking insane, that there are still some sane people in the world. This lady ain't helping. I think it might just be us, guys. Anyway, let's continue. Oh, and Rogue Thought says, feels is the key word. Yes, it's all about the feels.
And a sense of community. It's just so important. So let's try to use these in sentences. How will they sound? I don't know, but let's give them a whirl. That thing is very vocal about not liking a two-party system. Voting in local elections is crucial to not only that thing, but so many more. Although it might take a while to create the change that thing craves, it is still important to keep that thing.
That thing. I mean, that's a joke I think we were making like years ago. Like the next pronouns would be it and thing. And now that thing, let's go back. Hold on. Oh, what just happened? Okay.
Experiences. That thing is very vocal. I use these in sentences. How will they sound? I don't know, but let's give them a whirl. That thing is very.
That thing. That thing. So now just calling yourself a thing, having other people call you a thing, that used to be seen as dehumanizing, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure before 5 minutes ago, when all this nonsense came about, being called a thing would have been, especially for women, would have been considered very dehumanizing indeed. Now, apparently that thing, she, he, very vocal about not liking a two-party system. It's always tied in with politics as well. You got to remember, this is all Marxism at the end of the day. It's all the Marxist revolution. So politics is always undergirding everything, even though this is obviously done for children.
Very vocal about not liking a two-party system. Voting in local elections is crucial to not only that thing, but so many more. Although it might take a while to create the change that thing craves, it is still important to...
Although it might take a while to create the change that thing... I mean, come on. That thing, how we're really expected to take this seriously. Okay.
Keep that thing self-informed and dedicated to politics. And please remember that I'm not a teacher. I'm just...
that thing self. So, okay. Well, what you're going to end up with, my dear, is not a multi-party system. You're going to end up with a one-party system, communist party system, and it's going to treat you the same as communist parties have treated everybody that's been unfortunate enough to have to suffer under them since they've existed. In other words, your life's going to be shit. And again, this is also the frog gender lady. All right. So what is this? This is part of the whole toxic empathy that we see going on everywhere. Toxic empathy. Now, it's sad. It's so insidious. This seems like actually in normal conditions, this is a perfectly lovely, if simple-minded young woman who would probably make for like a great candy striper or like veterinary assistant, something like that. You could see this just being just a lovely, nice person. But what's happened to people, simple-minded but nice, pleasant people like this, well-meaning people, is they've been caught up in the TikTok gender cult. And it's a gender cult, and it's a cult of false empathy, right? And it's false empathy because it ignores the hard questions and also reality itself. So, like, what are hard questions? Hard questions are, is this shit really healthy for kids or not? Like, is this really healthy for kids? Because this puts them, these kinds of ideas are what start them out on the path to mutilation and permanent medicalization for the rest of their lives. It puts them on the road to making decisions about their future that they just simply are not capable of making responsibly, that they're capable of giving informed consent for. So that's a hard question. That's a hard question. Is this stuff really good for kids? Now, unfortunately, in the in the leftist world, questioning the gender cult is not an option. Because anything, any question, any dissent, any just genuine curiosity is it's considered to be far right. That's what they call it, anything. So there's really only one way for the empathy to flow. This person doesn't want all their friends to abandon them and call them a Nazi and all that kind of stuff. There's no profit in that, right? So just go along with it. Just go with the flow, There's only one way for her empathy to flow. That's the progressive way. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much damage it does. She doesn't want to know. And so she becomes a Pied Piper, just leading children into a river. That's awful. I mean, this is one of the most evil things about this whole thing, is that it can take good people and make them do awful things. And it demands that they not ask the hard questions. It demands that they don't. Just go along with it. Just believe. I think it's evil. I just wanted to show you this picture of Sydney Sweeney because she's got great tits. And I thought you guys might appreciate it. And I think blondes with big tits are back. And I think they're back in a big way.
Small fringe minority.
Well, maybe you, Justin Trudeau, maybe you're in that small fringe minority that doesn't appreciate those big, beautiful boobs. But the rest of us, I think, are in that majority. I think you're the fringe, Justin Trudeau. I think you are the fringe. Anyway, I think you guys can hear that my brain isn't working. All right, we already saw that dingbat. What is going on with this? Okay. Dr. Jebra Fauché, definitely an A for effort, but points taken off because I was distracted by the watch. Traditional belly dancing doesn't usually include any timepieces. So I don't know what's going on here. The watch looks kind of like a guy's watch. So I don't know. It's like a bearded woman belly dancer, or like it's a trans woman. It's like a man with a beard dressed like a woman. I don't really know. I don't know what it is. I can't for the life of me figure it. Let's put some music on for this. Hold on. Here we go. Never gets old. So I don't know what's going on there. So we got the purple armpit hair. And it kind of looks like a woman's face, kind of, but got the beard. It looks like that's dyed purple too, like the armpits. I don't even want to think about what's happening below. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a bit strange. What can I say about this? I can say that this is a person who has done literally everything wrong in life. Every decision this person has made has been wrong up to this point in their life. Will they figure it out? I don't know. Probably not. Every decision has been a failure. And, like we were talking about earlier, like in the past, people like this would be aided by those around them, who might, might have like a quiet word with them before it even got to this, like fat bearded woman belly dancing You know, somebody might say, like before making this video, somebody might say, okay, look, you're my friend. I've known you for a long time. I care about you. You know, I need to be honest, you know. I need to be honest with you. I don't think lying to people is a kindness. I have to tell you the truth here. And I just think that fat, bearded woman belly dancing, at least one of those things has got to go, right? Most of it's got to go, really, you know? But now it seems like these people are being encouraged. Instead of people saying, no, don't do that. That's terrible. Why do you think that would be good? That's a terrible idea. Hey, I'm your friend. I care about you. Don't do the awful thing. Now apparently they're encouraged, and I don't think that we're benefiting as a society, I've got to say. I don't think so. But anyway, one more time here. I really never get sick of that. It never stops being fun. Let's see. So this one is interesting. This is, yes, Snow White is trans. So I guess this is at Disneyland, and there's a trans Snow White, and the kids aren't having any of it. They know what's going on. Check this out. So I guess this isn't Disneyland. This sounds like it's in somewhere in Asia. Unless there's like is there like an Asian Disneyland? I don't know. But anyway, those kids knew. They just know. They just know when it's not really Snow White. Or, well, I guess this wouldn't be Snow White because it's got the dark hair. I don't know. Whatever the hell this is. It seems like some sort of Disney ripoff here. Those kids aren't having any of it. Okay, so what the hell is this? So a strong message to the U.S. government from Gen Z. This will leave you quivering in fear. All right, let's check this out.
We are Generation Z. U.S. government of America, you've made a big mistake. You think you can take away our app? Well, we are the most powerful generation that there ever was. We are Generation Z. We won't let TikTok fall. We will rise above it all. We will save TikTok. Time's running out. Can you hear the clock? Joe Biden, we are ready for war. You want us so bad, and now you want more. Who's with me?
So I tried to figure out whether this was parody or not, and I'm afraid inconclusive. I couldn't really tell. Rogue Thought says the worst gen. Yeah, a lot of it. Not all. There's some good Gen Zers, of course, but yeah, I think there's. Anyway, I tried to figure out whether this was sincere or not, and I can't really tell. I think maybe like half and half. I don't know, but I did find something for our real or fake. We have to go back. We're gonna have to come back to Gorlock, but I did find something to pose the question: is it real or fake? Oh, this one here. Okay, so this is a lady who has a, well, a lot of people have asked how folks clean an extensively robust caboose. Luckily, there is a tool to reach the back door. Watch and learn. So let's watch this, and you can tell me whether you think that it is, real or parody. And what's his name? William Riker from Star Trek will tell us whether or not it is. So let's just watch this.
Toilet paper. So yeah, toilet paper. It has like grooves in it. So you stick it in the groove and then you wrap it around and then you stick it in the groove and then you reach however you want to reach and you wipe your ass. And then this is like spring loaded. So if you spring and you're in the toilet, this falls off. Because the spring kicks out the toilet
So you guys have to tell me, do you think it's parody or real?
paper. So yeah, I am just sitting on the toilet fully clothed. I'm not currently pooping. But yeah, I have a wand that I use to take a bit of toilet.
She says, I'm just sitting on the toilet. I'm not actually pooping. Rogue Thought says, I hope Trudeau comes back as that utensil. If there's any justice, he will be reincarnated as that woman's shit stick. So what do you guys think? I looked it up, and I think I have a conclusive answer. Do you think that this is parody, or do you think it's real? The woman with the shit wand, is it parody, or is it real? Candle Monkey is saying real. Does anybody else want to jump in? Anybody else? And apologies for the coughing, you guys, but I'm sick. What am I going to do? Val says, I don't want to mentally picture how that would work. Okay, so we're going to reveal the truth in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You're right. It's fact.
It's real. I wasn't sure. It's hard to tell these days between parody and reality. There's just so much content out there. There's so many weirdos. There's so many very large people as well that do stuff like this. But apparently this woman is actually being, she's lost 100 pounds since this video. So it's actually trying to get to kind of a good story for her. Because when you're at the point where you can't even, you need a stick to wipe your ass. I mean, at that point, I think that you have a problem. Perhaps you're not at top physical condition at that point when you need a stick that can grab onto toilet paper so you can wipe your ass. At that point, something's gone wrong, But in any case,
you're right. It's fact.
It's fact indeed. That's something we'll try and do every week. You know what I want to do? I want to do the angry girlfriend AI again. Okay, you forgot to buy a gift on Valentine's. You praise a female friend. Let's see. Lost money in the not picking up her phone. Angry for no reason. Your girlfriend gets angry for no reason and is mad at you. You don't know the reason. All right. So let's see. Again, the goal in this is it's supposed to be that you're trying to calm her down, and that's how you would win this, right? Supposed to get her to forgive you. But we take it the opposite direction. We're trying to make her more angry. All right. So what does this say? Your girlfriend gets angry for no reason and is mad at you. You don't know the reason. So what should we put in here? Don't know the reason. Are you mad because Your ass looks huge in those jeans. That should work. How dare you comment on my body like that? It's so disrespectful. Well, it was intentionally disrespectful. What next? What can we put in there next? Let's see. Well, your body is disrespectful to my boner. That's incredibly inappropriate and offensive. I can't believe you would say something like that. Must be that time of the month. But I want to add something else on. Why don't you stuff your face with cheap ice cream like usual? You harpy. Let's try that out. Oh dear. Well, challenge failed. She broke up with us, guys. Your insensitivity and rudeness are completely unacceptable. This is not how you speak to someone you care about. The whole point is we don't. All right, let's move on. That was a pleasant distraction. All right, what do we got here? Trudeau attempts to defend launching regularization program for illegal immigrants in Canada. Regularization program for illegal immigrants in Canada. Because, there's a bit of a problem with illegal immigrants in Canada. So how does a far leftist solve that problem? The same way they do everything. They redefine them. Now they regularize them. Okay, let's watch this. It's never an actual solution because he wants to have as many people in Canada as possible, right? So it's never about solving the problem, but you just change the name to make it more palatable somehow, as if people can't recognize reality.
You've asked your immigration minister to create a regularization program for immigrants who don't have legal status in Canada. Just wondering, what's the status of that program?
Immigrants that don't have legal status in Canada. So illegal immigrants, people who came into Canada illegally or overstayed their visa, whatever. I know regularization should be regularize them back to where they came from, because they're already breaking the law. That should be it. And Canada's full. We have too many people, thanks to Trudeau. Canada is in a population trap right now. We just simply can't take care of the people that we have right now. It should just be a no-brainer. Just no, none of this is working. I'm sorry. You have to go home. That's it. No regularization, right? Or regularization should just be you're out. That should become regular.
Is it going to be rolled out before the fall?
Listen, we know that people who aren't here regularly need to be supported and taken care of. There needs to be either a pathway towards regularization and citizenship, which I know the minister is working on. In some cases,
no, there needs to be a pathway back to the country that you came from, where you should be, or just any other country, not Canada. That should be the pathway.
We need to accelerate deportation proceedings. There's a balance in making sure that...
so he's willing for at least some deportations. Well, thank goodness for that. I think when he says that, though, he means 0 deportations. Anyway.
The integrity of our immigration system holds. That's one of the reasons why Canadians are, unlike so many other countries in the world, continuing to be positive towards immigration, because...
Canadians are continuing to be positive about immigration. No, they are not. Canadians are no longer positive about immigration. No, not after you. Not after you have been importing millions and millions and millions of people totally, heedlessly, recklessly, without a thought of what it would do to Canada, without a thought of what it would do to the infrastructure, to healthcare, to housing prices, to the economy. Canada now is GDP per capita is shrinking in Canada now. It's not even good for the economy. We're not positive about it. He's just lying. He just says things that he wishes were true and pretends that they are.
Our immigration system is rigorous and it is able to do the work that we need. So as we make adjustments to make sure that we're supporting people right, that we're bringing in people in the right way to continue to grow our communities and our economy and create this great diversity that we benefit from, we need to make sure that it's being done in a proper way. And I can assure you.
Are we benefiting from the diversity that much, though? That's the real question. I think there's a lot of like Jewish people in Canada who feel like they're not feeling like they're benefiting from it so much right now. You know, when they've got, protesters going to their communities or preventing them from going to their college campuses and whatnot. I don't know. Are we benefiting from it that much? He's telling us that we are, but he always says that. They just always tell us things. Far leftists always just tell us things and just pretend that it's true. And the media typically will just go along with it. But I don't know. Are we benefiting that much? Right? Like, how many more restaurants do we need? Like, how much more new cuisine do we need, for instance? Do we need any more? There seems to be lots already. There seems to be plenty of different cultures in Canada already.
That Minister Miller is very much focused on that.
What a load of bullshit from this bullshitter, the bullshitter of all bullshitters. Here, just a bunch of zany Canadians doing Canadian things in Canada. This is what an official policy of multiculturalism in combination with the woke Marxist mind virus leads to. We barely have a culture to embrace at this point, and Islamism has increased in virulence everywhere. So, look, I don't know. Is bringing Middle Eastern blood feuds to Canada, is that like the diversity that we're all so grateful for? I'm not really grateful for it. Like, Gaza isn't in Canada, and I'm glad that it's not in Canada, right? What exactly is all this stuff that we're supposed to be, all this enrichment that we're supposed to enjoy so much? What exactly, like, it seems to be, what seems to be happening is that we're not able to assimilate people anymore because we're just simply bringing them in too quickly, that it's not possible to anymore. So now we're just getting basically colonies of people who are less, who are more interested in, what's the right way to put it? Well, you just get colonies of people who just don't want to assimilate. They don't want to, they're never going to feel any connection with what Canada has been, what it's traditionally been, right? They're just going to set up wherever they're coming from. If they're coming from Afghanistan, they're just going to set up a new Afghanistan in Canada with exactly the same ethics and morals and cultural norms from Afghanistan. It's not like I'm against immigration as a concept. It's just that you need to do it gradually. You can't just be bringing in, like a country like Canada with its population, you can't be bringing in 1 million, 2 million people, 2 million people a year from very different cultures. It's not going to go well, and I think that we're seeing that. That's aside from the straining of the infrastructure and our inability to economically handle this influx. well, here's a dingbat. Let's take a look. We're covering a lot of these dingbats today, but that's just because I'm sick.
Hi, Mary. Thanks for your comment. As a matter of fact, I do not agree that there are only two genders. In fact, I read an article last week that said that they've identified 72 genders. Isn't that cool? So I went to a public high school in a red state.
They've identified 72 genders. Isn't that cool?
I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue.
Yep, did quit. Yep. I wish I had some glue that I could sniff right now. Isn't that cool? No, it's not cool. It's nonsense. You fucking idiot. Anyway.
And even I was taught the difference between sex and gender. So, I don't know, maybe do a little research on it. It's actually really fascinating to read up on gender studies. I think Planned Parenthood has a page on their website about it, and it can really help you understand that your biological and assigned sex does not complete your story. 72 identified genders.
This is somebody who will just believe anything. I mean, she can't believe it. 72, it's proven. 72. I wonder, did it not pop into her head? Well, how exactly did they identify exactly 72? I mean, it's literally just anything you say you are, right? So it's technically an infinite amount. I wonder if this is, you know what? I wonder if this is parody. Maybe this is the one we should have done for the parody segment. Let's find out. Let's see. If it is parody, somebody will notice it down here. It's a parody account, a well-known one. Okay. I wonder if we can, yeah, it seemed like it had to, it feels like it has to be parody. There's no clue as to who this person actually is. So, but yeah, I believe that it's a parody account. So it gets to this.
It's a total fabrication.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to agree with William Stryker there. Okay, well, that heartens me a little bit. 72 genders. I got hooked on that. I got hooked. She got me. But it's okay. What the heck is going on here? This male who pretends to be a woman says he only feels safe using women's bathrooms. And so we must all acquiesce so we can feel comfortable invading women's spaces. This is interesting. Okay, let's take a look.
I had a neighbor confront me for using the women's restroom. I lived here for 4.5 years. Everyone should know that I'm a trans woman. I've always been known as Kaylee. I've always used she, her pronouns. I've been having some stomach issues because of Trulicity, and I had to use the bathroom real quick. And they're single-use bathrooms, and it's the only place that I feel safe using the women's bathroom. Well, I got done and got out, and this neighbor was talking to another neighbor and started pointing out the sign. I knew exactly what she was talking about because there's a big old woman sign. And I'm like, is there a problem? She's like, yeah, you're using the woman's restroom. You're a man. And I said, I'm a trans woman. She's like, no, you're a man. And she kept saying that over and over. And then
Val says, I thought that was Steve Bannon for a second. It kind of does look like the trans Steve Bannon, doesn't it? I think this one is actually real. I think that it is. It's hard to tell, but I think this is actually sincere. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I really, like, you can see yourself in the mirror, right? You can see yourself in the mirror, and what's looking back at you is not a woman. I mean, Roquethought says you have facial stubble, buddy. Yeah, like, it's kind of hard not to notice that. Again, call yourself whatever you want, but just don't expect other people to. I mean, that is again, they want jurisdiction over your own conscience. You know, they want jurisdiction over your own conscience. And it seems like that is the most narcissistic thing you can imagine, right? That you demand that other people lie to make you feel better. Like, that's an insane infringement on other people, on the most important human right of all, which is freedom of speech and freedom of your own conscience, for fuck's sakes. All right. Let's hear Peterson here.
The school system, the public school system in North America, and in much of Europe and in Japan, was literally started by fascists. Literally. So it was the Prussians first. And the goal of the universal education system was to produce soulless and obedient soldiers. Right. Okay, so then that was imported into the US. This was before fascism was like Mussolini and Hitler, you know, so there were fascists who weren't self-evidently as evil as they became in the 1940s, you know, but they were interested in the amalgamation of corporation and state, let's say. They regarded the super state as a necessity to rule over the, you know, vast masses of unwashed. And at the same time, late 1800s, rural people were flooding into the cities, mostly for factory jobs. And there was some real concern that their children would need to be trained to abide by a schedule. And so that's why you have the school system set up the way it is. Rigid rows of desks, bells, that's a factory. It's obviously a factory. It was set up on factory lines. It was to train people to become obedient factory workers, just like soldiers. Well, that was great in like 1880, although it wasn't, obviously, because they could have been being trained to be entrepreneurs. And the system was set up specifically to make sure that didn't happen. Okay. I'm dead serious about that. Right. It's stunning. Well, it's fine, but now, I mean, have we not progressed? Well, no, the answer is we've actually regressed, because now we not only do we train people to be like subservient robots, we demoralize them with idiot Marxism. And so we've taken a bad lot. We've taken the worst of the fascists and the worst of the bloody Marxists and turned that into the education system. The school.
Well, he makes a good point there. I mean, the thing is about Marxists and fascists is that they're not diametrically opposed. They're sister ideologies. That's why China transitioned so kind of seamlessly from a communist, Maoist communist state to essentially a fascist state, you know, with, capitalism with Chinese characteristics, right? It's still run like a communist state. It's still totalitarian, right? But it does have big companies, but each one of them has a Communist Party office in their company. So it's the two together. This is fascism, right? It's fascism and communism are, again, they're sister ideologies. They're very close to each other. They're both totalizing, for one. And neither of them cares about the individual. It's not about the individual, right? It's for the state, ultimately. But the point about education being set up by fascists, you know, we're seeing now the dangers in this with this giant social experiment, with this gender theory being pushed into schools at kindergarten level, for God's sakes. You know, so we're seeing the dangers of this, of having this, of state education. And it makes me wonder if we wouldn't be better off just with private schools. All schools just be private, and you just pick the one you want your kids to go to. Because then it would bring down the price of private schools, for one. But then you would really have more of a choice. Like, everybody would have more of a choice. I don't know if that would work. I mean, it's very difficult for most people to homeschool their kids now, because now both parents have to work, unfortunately. So I don't know. He makes an interesting point there, though, doesn't he? Okay, this is interesting. So let's watch this clip of Bill Maher with Megyn Kelly. So Bill Maher, he's such a mixed bag. Like, he's definitely tough on the woke stuff, but there's so much that he's just not aware of. He's a CNN guy, right? He's like a New York Times guy. But we'll get into that. Let's just watch what they're saying here.
But you bypass the immigration question. I mean, like that.
I'm not
a lot
bypassing
of
it. I think it's a disaster.
How would you put this guy back in there for 4 more years to leave the doors open?
And like it was so much better under Trump.
Yes, it was better under Trump. Are you kidding me?
It was so.
You're asking yourself, how can he think that? How can he think that it wasn't so much better under Trump? But we'll get to that.
Somewhat better.
Oh, Bill.
It was somewhat better.
Go look up the immigration rates.
Yeah, I know.
Illegal immigration
right. No,
rates.
I agree.
For 2020, for 19 to 20.
I'm not defending Biden on immigration. I don't understand why it's so difficult in this country to stop people coming through the border. I don't. And I watched that 60 Minutes piece they did on it a couple of months ago, and
see, what he doesn't understand is it's not as a problem stopping them. Like, it's intentional. Biden is intentionally flooding the United States with people. It's not that he's having trouble figuring out how to stop them. He doesn't want to stop them. He wants more of them. He was advertising it to everybody who would listen in the election 2020 that he wanted to do that. Right? He sued Texas to prevent them from putting up border barriers to stop people from crossing the border. He's now suing Iowa to prevent them from deporting criminal aliens. Right? So these are the things that if you're just getting your news from mainstream media, these will be the things that you don't understand.
they had films of people coming through this hole and the border patrol just watching them and basically waving. I don't understand why. I don't understand why this country can't accomplish something like that. It doesn't seem like it's impossible. But so many things in this country.
That's what's so aggravating. We can accomplish it. We can stop what's happening at the southern border. We just won't under Joe Biden. And he keeps pretending like he has no agency on it, but he does have agency. There are a lot of executive orders he could do, just like Trump did. He won't. And you know why? It's because of the people who use the word Latinx, who are trying to lecture him that it's not humane to enforce our borders.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's a lot deeper than that. It's a lot deeper than that. The obvious thing is it's about getting votes. It's about naturalizing those people and getting them to vote for him or the Democrat Party. As well, driving down labor costs, that sort of thing. But yeah, what you're seeing here is all the blind spots that you get if you just are like watching CNN for your news. We got another clip here of them too. Okay, this is a good one.
And then spent the next 4 years saying he was illegitimate. He was an illegitimate president.
Okay, well, first of all,
let's go back to the beginning.
And then spent the next 4 years saying he was illegitimate. He was an illegitimate president.
Okay, well, first of all, she didn't say he was an illegitimate.
Yes, she did.
You tell me exactly what she said.
She said those exact words repeatedly.
I believe he knows he's an illegitimate president.
Okay, I mean, she conceded the election. Whether you're interpreting her disappointment at losing it as the same thing as Trump not conceding it, I don't know that's where you're getting it from. But again, it's a tremendous false equivalency.
And then spent the next 4 years saying he was illegitimate. He was an illegitimate president.
Okay.
So at this point, even being faced with the reality, he's still not willing to accept it because of the spell that's been cast on him, you know? But 1 second, I got a cough. But the thing about Bill Maher is that all he knows is what he's fed by CNN and the New York Times. They're like Washington Post, all that kind of stuff, NBC News. right? He doesn't see Biden malfunctioning as he often does in public, right? He doesn't see that because they don't show that to him, right? Like you wonder how people can be like, oh, yeah, Biden's doing great. He's in great shape. It's because they've never seen. It's all hidden from them. It's all hidden from them. He doesn't hear about, Bill Maher doesn't hear about crime or legal immigrant crime. You know, he hears, what does he hear about the economy? He hears that the economy's doing great, best ever. You know, it was read to him off a teleprompter, but he believes it. Why not? Somebody read it off a teleprompter. You know, if you just have faith in an institution like CNN, well, you're just going to believe what they have to say, even when reality is clearly different. No, so, you know, Bill Maher is not, Bill Maher is living pretty well, and he's not subject to the same stresses that, you know, just regular people are, right? So he's fed the stuff from CNN, New York Times, whatever. That's all he knows, and he doesn't have any reason to not know that. So what else? Well, the Trump derangement. I mean, Trump gets 95% negative press in the mainstream media. 95%. He got that continuously for all four years of his presidency. 95% negative press coverage. And that's all that Bill Maher knows. He has no idea that there's another side of the story that's valid, right? CNN says that anything positive you hear about Trump is misinformation, and that's what he thinks. He doesn't know about any of the good things that Trump did, or if he does know about them, they've been framed to him in ways that make them seem to be negative. And now, to his credit, he's woken up on the woke stuff, because that's almost a separate issue. But yeah, if you wonder, you know, how can Bill Maher, who like talks about media in his show, he's got a show where they talk about politics, how could he be so ignorant? Well, yeah, I mean, he's in that bubble. Rogue Thought says, my elderly mother never saw him fall until I showed her. Talking about Joe Biden. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. They don't see it in the news that they consume. That's all hidden from them. All the weird gibberish malfunctioning in front of the microphone, they don't see that. They won't show him. Antipop. Maher lives in a bubble. Oh, apologies. Yeah, he does live in a bubble, obviously. It's obvious that he's just getting all of his news, his understanding of the world from CNN. It's obvious. How can you not know that Hillary Clinton has been calling Trump an illegitimate president for like 4 years? Well, not for like 8 years now, going on 8 years. How can you not know that? Well, nobody showed him. And he didn't go looking. I mean, again, where's the profit in it for him to even look, to want to know, really? His audience won't like it, right? So where's even the profit in it? And also just his personal investment in hating Trump. And just being a Democrat. You know, that's powerful stuff. People don't want to change their opinions. So they will avoid the reality that might do so. Apparently, being a very successful political pundit doesn't involve reading a variety of sources. He also loves TMZ and watches it for news. Does he buy those magazines in the checkout line too? Well, yeah, I mean, it's just obvious, right? Like the problem here is that he just isn't getting a variety of news from different sources and different sides of the political spectrum. That's just the way it is. Antipop says, Maher must watch InfoWars. You know, Alex Jones is actually right about quite a lot. Actually, quite a lot that he was right about. Or there was a seed of truth, at least, in what he was saying. In what he's saying. I mean, the whole, like, slow creep of fascism in the Western world, I think he was kind of right about that, wouldn't you say? I mean, Trudeau, liberal party, anything but liberal. Right? Rogue Thought says, my elderly father thought Zelensky was like a John Wayne figure until I showed him the vid where Zelensky wore high heels and was grabbing a guy's ass. Yeah, that's how it's done. Lies by omission. All right, I don't think I'm going to make it too much longer, guys. I'm starting to get tired here. My throat's starting to hurt from this damn talking so long with this damn flu. But we'll go a little further. But I just want to make sure you guys understand. I feel terrible. Val says Alex was wrong. What he got right, the creeping of fascism, 9/11 he stole from Bill Cooper. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe so, but I mean, I remember he was talking about like WEF way before anybody else was. So I don't know. But I personally find Alex Jones extremely entertaining. And by the way, I watched the court tapes from the trial where he was being sued by the parents. And they showed the video in question, the original live stream he was doing. And he was responding to somebody about who had made a comment about false flag on there. And the sections that I saw that were played in court was not him saying absolutely yes. It was him saying that he thought it was actually antidepressants that were fucking up people's minds. It turns out now it seems that antidepressants have been very bad for people, actually, and they can cause all kinds of terrible side effects. But in any case, I didn't see anything in it where he was actually saying that he, definitely false flag or anything like that. So I think he got railroaded in that trial, is my opinion. And unless there's some stuff that I didn't see, but from what I saw, it didn't seem like it was as portrayed in the media. Let's see. Val says alcoholic boner pill salesman who got caught with trans porn on his own show. Really? I didn't hear about that. Turned on his beliefs, fans, guests, and even on Ron Paul. Countless retractions after caught lying. I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't watch a lot of his content. I've seen clips. Mainly what I've seen from him in recent years is him being guests on other people's shows, and he's always pretty funny on those. So I don't know. So I don't know. And I find him entertaining, but you don't have to like him. Let's see. I got a bunch of like real news stuff here that I normally would go over with you guys, but I'm just feeling like I'm feeling too crappy I can't focus, concentrate. So we're sticking with some of the lighter stuff. Let's see. What else we got? Maybe I'll try to find one more like real news thing here. Okay, how about this? How about this one? Let's check this out. Although I think there's actually a better one below. Hold on. It's Canadian politics. You guys up for some Canadian politics? All right. So the conservative leader is wearing more makeup than I am today, says Freeland in response to Polyev asking if liberals plan to legalize drugs again after the next election. So yeah, they were forced to unlegalize hard drugs in British Columbia because British Columbia far left NDP government asked if they could after having an order of magnitude greater number of overdose deaths, and of course all the attendant crime and everything that comes along with it, after 20 years of so-called harm reduction, thought that, well, it's not going well, so I guess the only thing we can do is be more insane. So they requested from Trudeau to legalize, to some extent, hard drugs. Like, I'm talking heroin, crack, meth, that sort of thing. In British Columbia, of course, the results were terrible. They had to then request that they unlegalize them in BC again. And, but I mean, failing terribly has never stopped the Liberal government under Justin Trudeau. So why wouldn't they try and just make it legal across the whole country?
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader is wearing more makeup than I am today. Now, I think it's wonderful.
I'm going to ask colleagues.
I find that just weird. Like, just what a weird comment. Like, that's the best that she can do. I don't think stuff like this is, like, bizarrely trivial stuff like that is going to help with the public opinion.
Order. I'm going to ask the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance to withdraw that comment. We don't comment on the appearances of members. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I withdraw that comment.
Can continue with her. She has 25 seconds left on the clock for her answer.
The fact is, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader is phony all the way through. He is phony when it comes to his concern about the economy. All he can do is talk our country down. And he is phony when he talks about his concern.
They're not talking the country down. They're talking you down. Just like everybody, just like literally 75% of the country is.
About the opioids crisis. He tries to score cheap partisan points. It's just not right, Mr. Speaker. That's right.
What's not right is everything that you do. Everything that you do. I have another clip of that shows Poilievre actually asking the question. Where is it? It's in here somewhere. All right, must be up top. Let's keep looking. Actually, while we're here, let's just stop for 1 second just to go. There we are. Can't miss that opportunity. Okay, here we go. So this is the full video here. All right, let's take a look.
Think that you pay down debt by borrowing more, that you stop inflation by printing money, and that you fight the drug overdose crisis by legalizing hard drugs. So at least they're consistent in their irrationality, Mr. Speaker. But now they've been forced to backtrack right before the election on their legalization of hard drugs because Canadians are revolting against the policy. Today we have a motion that will be voted in the House to permanently ban hard drugs. Will this government vote for that motion, or will they admit that they plan to legalize drugs again after the next election?
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader is wearing more makeup than I am today. Now, I think
that's her response. That's her response. The country is falling apart. People are having a terrible time. Canadians are having a terrible time. That's her response. He's wearing more makeup than she is. Well, for one thing, it doesn't even make sense because there he is there. And I don't know. Would you think that he was even wearing makeup? I mean, it doesn't look like he's wearing any makeup to me. I don't get what her point is there. It's just this weird, embarrassing It's just this weird, embarrassing, like what is the goal there? Is that supposed to make her relatable to anybody? The weird little finance Oompa Loompa finance minister? It's bizarre. It just feels like they must have such contempt for the voters. And I guess, why wouldn't they, after being, reelected 3 times? I guess you can hardly blame them for having contempt, I guess, at this point. But I don't think this is going to serve them next time around. Anyway, it's truly bizarre. What are these dingbats up to? Time to migrate to Mars. So what are these people doing? So what are these people doing? I'm guessing this is Europe. So why would they be doing that? Let's take a look. Let's see if somebody can explain this to us. So many questions. What's the purpose of this? Why does the audience look like they're staying to watch more of this? Is it part of a bigger experience of some kind? How long did this go on for? All good questions. I guess nobody's going to explain it to us. No, so I have no idea what that is. All I know is that it's kind of weird. Probably they're probably vegans or something. And they're probably saying, I don't know, sheep are like people or something. I don't know. Leftist LARPing. I don't know. Okay, so this is another Chrystia Freeland moment here, where again it's so pathetic. They just have the same magic spell that they keep trying over and over and over again. Everything's racist. Everything's white supremacy. Whatever. Everybody's a bigot. It's the magic spell that's supposed to, and in the past it was very effective. It's shrouding their opponents' minds with confusion and fear. So they just kind of look down and go, okay, well, whatever. I don't want to be whatever it is you called me. That magic spell is breaking. It's broken, in fact. For all of the sane people, it's broken. Here's a great example.
Mr. Speaker, this government is supposed to be in the business of protecting children, not killing them with exposure and access to hard drugs. The RCMP has confirmed that legal hard drugs are being sold on the black market. In Abbotsford, the Soccer Association has to regularly sweep the needles for pitch. The Legion and many businesses in Mission have to deal with crack smoke every day. When will this government do the right thing and cancel their ideologically extreme experiment to legalize hard drugs and start protecting BC's children?
Okay, so he's asking about their reckless, heedless insanity around hard drugs, the Trudeau government, all right? And let's see what Chrystia Freeland, the Deputy Prime Minister, Finance Minister, has to say about this. Will it be something that's even related to this? Well, let's find out.
Mr. Speaker, as a mother of 3, including teenagers, I care so much about Canada and Canadians, and I agree, opioid addiction is a tragedy. It is a public health tragedy, and it is a public safety tragedy. But let me tell you what is putting the public safety of all Canadians at risk. Consorting with white supremacists and misogynists. That is a public safety risk. The Conservatives have an opportunity today to disavow that. They should do it.
So their insane policies killed a bunch of people, but it's white supremacy is the real problem. Sure. It's all they've got. They literally have nothing else. And it worked for them for 3 elections. It ain't going to work again. That is not going to fly in Canada now. Not today. People have woken up. People have found that line where it's too much. They found that line where they're willing to say, you know what? I've never considered myself a conservative, but I don't want crazy. So I'll take the thing that's not crazy. Because that is really so much what we see these days, isn't it? That it's not left, right anymore. It's crazy versus sane. It's crazy versus common sense. You know, I know people who, lifelong liberals, consider themselves leftists, hate Trudeau, absolutely hate them. One of them maybe hates him even more than I do. And from all of his rhetoric, it's actually pretty similar to what I say on this channel. Still considers himself a leftist, though. He's not a conservative. No, he's on the left. Well, you can say that, but not really. The left doesn't think you're on the left. The left thinks you're far right. Or Chrystia Freeland would think that you're a white supremacist because you disagree with her. Right? So you can call yourself what you like, but I'm sorry. You know, if we need labels, I mean, the labels don't really make sense anymore. Just call yourself sane and vote for the thing that's sane. Forget about conservative, right wing, whatever. Forget about left wing. Forget about liberal. If you're a liberal these days, a real liberal, like if you care about free speech, if you're not very fond of Trudeau's internet censorship bills, they don't want you. Right? You have to go to the sane part. You have to go with the sane people and not the crazy people, not the lunatic people, not the crazy Marxists. Your only place now is the Conservative Party. That's it. And then you just have to pray that they don't betray all of us as well. Because that definitely happened in the UK. Boy, that's sad. So sad what happened there. But yeah, it comes down to sane and crazy. That's all it comes down to. You can either vote for the sane or the crazy now. I mean, how does this, like what she just did there, let's replay that.
And Canadians, and I agree, opioid addiction is a tragedy. It is a public health tragedy, and it is a public safety tragedy. But let me tell you what is putting the public safety of all Canadians at risk. Consorting with white supremacists and misogynists.
Consorting with the white supremacists and misogynists. So it's just a lie, for one thing, right? But this is crazy. That's a crazy response, right? So if you've woken up and the spell is broken on you, right, and just throwing out accusations doesn't work anymore, this is crazy. You see this and you go, is she out of her fucking mind? Is she a complete nutbar? Why would she think that would work? It's a non sequitur. And it has been a non sequitur. These accusations have been non sequiturs forever. But they used to have some power and work. If you're not in that world anymore where that shit matters to you or you believe it, you see this and you go, that's crazy. Why would she think she could do that? Why would she think she could just veer off into this non sequitur that has nothing to do with the conversation, talking about a real problem of drug overdoses and drug deaths? Why would she think she could just veer off into this? Well, actually, the real problem is white supremacy. There's no white supremacy party in Canada, right? Rogue Thought says, the racism well is running dry. It is. And Antipop says, tougher to do the race thing in Canada. Well, I mean, that was Trudeau's entire political career. It was virtue signaling around race and gender issues, right? And just basically insisting that Canada is this awful bigoted place that it's not actually. How we managed to win 3 times on that, I have no idea. Let's see. Can we see proof of these claims? The leading cause of death in 10 to 18-year-olds in BC is opioid overdoses. How many kids have been killed by her fictional white supremacists? Again, it's a bizarre misdirection. Like, to imagine that, they must truly be bankrupt, ideologically bankrupt at this point, politically bankrupt, that they think that's going to work now in Canada. It's incredible. Let's see. Bruce McGonigal says, this Christmas season, some 2,300 families in British Columbia will be mourning the loss of a loved one who died from overdose in the past year. Many of those deceased will be under the age of 18. This is a national disgrace, and we need a real national emergency declared. It spans right across the province. Look at this. Drug overdose is now the leading cause of death among BC youths aged 10 to 18. Unbelievable. This is the bitter fruit of the far left policies. Now, in some kind of heartening news, the BC Conservative Party has kind of come out of nowhere to be extremely competitive. I saw a poll, I think about a week ago, in which they're actually a little bit ahead of the NDP. The NDP is the most far left loony party in Canada. They're the party that the Liberals are competing with to be the most loony. But the provincial BC Democrats who've been in power for a while, they're in serious danger of losing now. So it looks like a lot of people in British Columbia have kind of found that line where they've said, okay, it's too much now. Now this is affecting things too much. These policies are affecting my life too much. Everybody will get to that point. I shouldn't say everybody. There will be people like for the TrueAnon people, which is the diehard Trudeau supporters. That's what we call them, TrueAnon. And for some of them, there is nothing that will change their mind, right? Trudeau could eat a baby in front of them and they'll still vote for him. They'll come up with some way that it's progressive now to eat babies. Trudeau could tell them that they're all going to have to live in trees if he gets in again. Going to force everybody to live in trees, like Keebler elves, and they'll still vote for him, right? Trudeau could say that he won't be happy unless half of the population of Canada freezes to death over the next winter, and they'll still vote for him. But anyway, yeah, it's astounding, isn't it? Let's see. A woman's right activist, this is from Andy No, M. Forstater, tells a trans activist to his face that he's a man during a debate on GB News. I see you as a bloke, she says. Well, let's take a look at this.
Call yourself what you like.
The reality is most people are supportive. If you look at corporate England, corporate Wales, corporate Scotland, you're seeing a lot more support and love and support for trans people. So I think all this negative rhetoric, it just doesn't play out in reality. People keep talking about it, but it just doesn't play out, Patrick.
I mean, call yourself what you like, wear what you like, but I see you as a bloke. And if you're in a changing room with me or with other women, they're going to see you as a bloke. And it doesn't matter what the corporate bosses say.
That's just true. Like, it doesn't matter if people are polite or what they say. Like, it's impossible not to know. It's just, like, if you have a human brain, right? Like, we're really good at, like, noticing things like what sex somebody is, Like, it's impossible to be human and to not immediately go, oh, that's a man. You can't be. So with that being true, which it just simply is true, right? You're going to notice that. It's one of those inconvenient things you're going to notice, and you can't help but notice it, right? Your brain will not allow you to not notice it. So with that being said, I mean, the rest of this is all just theater.
This is about what women and girls want and need, which is privacy and dignity from male people.
Okay, John, final word to you.
You're creating that myth and you're propagating that myth. The reality is that most people are supportive, and you can keep saying to the...
we can hear your voice. We can hear your voice.
Girls come home that there's this tide of backlash, but it's not. It's a minority view. It's a vocal minority view.
So, all right, I mean, is it a vocal minority of you, Maya, or actually, as many people think, it might be the other way around?
No, when you ask most people, they say they support trans people to live their life free from violence, free from discrimination, but they don't support male people to be in women's hospital wards, in women's showers, in women's changing rooms. It's just not right.
Really, I mean, there's been trans people around forever. Nobody cared. I certainly never cared. And I still don't care if that guy wants to say that he's a woman. I'd live like that. I don't care. I don't think who really gives a shit, right? It's just when they went after the women's spaces, locker room, change rooms, all that sort of thing, the women's sports, and then most importantly, after the kids, to push this shit, literally starting at kindergarten, confusing children with this massive social experiment that they certainly don't know how it's going to turn out, what the consequences of that are going to be. I can take a guess. I can say bad. Like maybe you don't want to just recklessly do things like that, start fucking with kids' heads about whether they're really a boy or a girl. That sounds like you don't need to be an expert, right? You just know, right? No, that seems like a mistake. Oh, maybe we should be cautious about that. Maybe we should be careful. Again, you don't need to be an expert. You know, the word expert's taken quite a beating last few years, hasn't it? Right? But you don't need to be any of that. You don't need an experience in anything. All you need is to have common sense to say, maybe we should be careful about this giant social experiment we're trying to do on a generation of children. Maybe there's some unintended consequences that could happen here, you know? But if they'd left all of that alone, nobody cares. I don't care. But once you start infiltrating into those areas, it becomes dangerous. You know, and a woman has a right. Like a rape shelter, what sane person wouldn't say, okay, well, maybe it's not a great idea to have that dude in a rape shelter, right, as a nurse or something like that, right? What person would understand if a woman feels uncomfortable having a biological man in there, right? Or just in a change room at the pool, you know? You know, mom may not want, their daughter, seeing a guy walking around with his wang hanging out when they're getting changed for the pool. I mean, this all, I don't know. These all seem like reasonable concerns to me. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm just a prude. I don't know. Well, here's one thing. So I guess this guy is trying to imitate the sound of, I guess that's a dolphin there. So let's see what he's doing. So where to begin? Did sound a bit like a dolphin, I've got to say, but it feels like he's taking it awfully seriously. Like is this his life's work? I mean, look at the end here. He's really having to collect himself there, and he's very serious about it. It's not like funny, like this should just be funny, right? He doesn't seem like he's finding it that funny. He seems very serious about this, as if this is like a very serious thing that must be done. He's been practicing this for years, getting it perfect. And now he's finally willing to reveal it to the world, this masterpiece of animal mimicry. I don't know. I mean, I guess good on him, I guess. He's not hurting anybody. Except his own, seems like he might have hurt his asshole a little bit doing this. Maybe that's why he's like this at the end here. Yeah, it seems like it really took something out of him. So I don't know. I guess good on him. Good on him. All right. Should we take a quick look at Gorlock?
OTD, sobering, fashion of a halter. Hi, baddies and daddies. Look at me. Look at me walking. I look sexy as fuck. Anyways, I wanted to do a quick OTD, sobering, fashion of a halter, bikers, Adidas little shoes, and yeah. And the Chanel bag, of course, because I'm that bitch. Hi, baddies and daddies. Look at me. Look at me walking.
Was she a great big fat person?
I look sexy as fuck. Anyways, I wanted to do a quick OTD, sobering.
So that is Gorlock, Gorlock the Destroyer, as he is known on the internet, because Gorlock is in fact a male. I know that Gorlock doesn't really look like a human, but it is a human male, Gorlock. So, yeah, so I thought we would just look at that. For some reason, I don't know. I think I'm done for the night. I think we'll take a quick puppy palate cleanser. Probably a good idea after all the horrible things we've seen tonight, so that we can end it off by cleansing our minds of all the horrors that we've seen. Not like this, though. This is good. I think we all enjoyed this. That's Sydney Sweeney with her wonderful breasts, which I'm a big fan of both of them. Big fan. And I like the fact that blondes with big tits are back. They're back, baby. They are back. So that was nice. But all the other horrible things that we've seen, the terrible things that we've seen, I think we'll do the puppy palate cleanser, and then we'll call it a night. And then we'll cleanse our minds so that we can have a good sleep, not haunted by all the horrors of the latest Radio Baloney live stream. So look at this little fella. Look at that. He's passed out with his best friend, and his best friend is a chick. Good Lord, that's adorable, isn't it? We got to watch that one more time. I feel better already. They're all just hanging out. They're all best friends. I think it's lovely. And as we always say at the Puppy Palate Cleanser, my favorite part was that Justin Trudeau did not burst into the shot and try and give the puppy a vaginoplasty, because you know that he would, or puberty blockers, because that's the sort of thing that he does. All right, so we're calling it a bit earlier tonight. At 4.5 hours, we still did pretty good, but yeah, I'm feeling crappy. I'm feeling under the weather. So normally we'd go 5.5 to 6 hours, but I just don't got it in me tonight, folks. I just don't got it. But the good news is that I'm back, and I will be out. I will be putting out content regularly now, like I normally do. So there'll be lots of videos coming out this week, and yeah, we'll be going again, hopefully for a 6-hour-long one next Friday. We'll definitely be back for that. Anybody who's not subscribed to the channel, subscribe now. You can see all my wonderful videos. You won't see anything for the last, like 11 days because I've just taken that time off, which I'm actually glad I did. There's a bunch of reasons for it, but I kind of needed the break. But I'll be pumping out the content again regularly forever now after that break. So if you're not subscribed, subscribe now. You can check out all my wonderful nutritious videos, and it's good for you, and you'll be well informed. Much better informed than Bill Maher, in fact. And yeah, everybody have a great weekend. Thanks for showing up. Thanks to everybody in the chat. The chat is really what makes this whole thing fun for me. I love talking to you guys. Don't forget to put in the comments if you come up with an idea for an animation you want me to do, some sort of satirical take on some modern thing. Put it in the comments of the video. Say like animation idea, and then put it in the comments. And if I see something good that I like, I will make an animation, and you guys will get to see it live on my show next Friday or the Friday after or whatever. But you will see it eventually. With that, everybody have a great weekend, and we'll see you guys next Friday.